Welcome to Simplilearn's Azure Full Course. We are here to help you learn how to build and launch applications using Microsoft Azure. Whether you are brand new to cloud computing or already know a bit about it, this course will break down the key concepts and tools you need to succeed with Azure. Cloud computing is one of the hottest skills right now, and Azure is a leading platform trusted by companies worldwide. Learning Azure can open doors to amazing career opportunities and help you develop skills that are in high demand. Also in this course, you'll learn how to create cloud-based applications, manage resources, and keep your solutions secure. Plus, you'll get hands-on experience with tools like databases, artificial intelligence, and DevOps. By the end, you'll feel confident working with Azure and ready to take your skills to the next level. So let's dive in and start this exciting journey with Azure together. Also, if you're interested in becoming a cloud expert, Simplilearn's Cloud Architect Master's program is a perfect choice for you. This comprehensive program helps you master top platforms like AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud, equipping you with in-demand skills to design and deploy scalable cloud solutions. You'll gain access to official AWS authored learning content, hands-on projects, and even a Microsoft exam voucher for an Azure certification. Over 4 months, you'll dive into 40+ industry-relevant skills, including cloud architecture principles, AI, DevOps, and more. So you can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments.
Syra is a country singer, and recently she got sponsored by North American music company for her new album. She was really nervous and excited about the performance. Once all songs were recorded, she was set to release the album worldwide. So when she inquired about when it would happen, she realized she barely had 1 week left. She panicked and ran to the manager of that music company, Mark, to inquire how everything like editing, mixing, portfolios, and promotions would be done in just 1 week. That's when Mark answered, "Don't you worry, our production is managed on Microsoft Azure." Syra was confused and asked, "But isn't Azure a cloud service used to store your data?" Mark smiled and answered, "Well, it's true, but Azure is not just that, but much more. Let me explain it to you." Mark further explained that Microsoft Azure is an open and flexible cloud platform for services such as analytics, virtual computing, storage, networking, and more. It offers a constantly growing selection of products and services designed to satisfy all of your demands on a single practical platform. It enables its users to engage in cloud computing and is designed to manage tasks through Microsoft's data centers. A data center is a structure with networked computers, storage systems, and computational infrastructure that organizations like us use to gather, process, store, and distribute massive amounts of data. Upon learning what Azure is used for, she was still unsure how it would help her in the album release. Mark explained that in Azure, every production happens simultaneously every day. Azure builds mission-critical solutions to analyze images, comprehend speech, and make predictions using data simultaneously, hence multitasking. He further added that all the data of her album, for example, footage and audio, travel securely to the cloud from even the most remote locations. All the data is securely stored in the cloud, which can easily be accessed by the editors and other production members immediately. On realizing every process would run in parallel, Syra was under the impression that all this would be a tedious and time-consuming job. Then Mark answered no. Only the data relevant to their role would be accessible to them. Same platform, same tools, same workflow, but just more efficient and secure. Syra started wondering, asked that it must cost them a fortune to use such advanced technology. Mark further explained that the costs are easily controllable, so we only pay for what we use. And because our album is stored in the cloud, it's accessible from every corner of the world. For example, producers can review, approve, and make changes in real time. And video indexing makes the album searchable and understandable. Predictive analytics makes the most of marketing and distribution strategies. Therefore, no ad dollars are wasted or seats are left empty. Secure distribution means album releases smoothly and on time, as soon as the audience starts watching and reacting to every interaction. Azure analyzes their viewing habits to drive recommendations, advertising, and personalization. This makes future production decisions really easy. Syra was relieved to understand this new technology and how it would help her build her future career. Azure is the best public cloud service available today, thanks to its speed, flexibility, and affordability, as well as its features and pricing. The Azure platform intends to assist organizations in managing difficulties and achieving their objectives. It provides solutions that work with open source technologies and supports all industries, including e-commerce, finance, and several Fortune 500 organizations. So, here's a question for you. Azure provides which type of cloud computing service? 1. Infrastructure as a service. 2. Platform as a service. 3. Software as a service. 4. All of the above. Give the correct answer and reasoning, and stand a chance to win an Amazon voucher. Think about it and leave your answers in the comments section, and we will provide the answer next week. Today, some of the biggest companies in the world, like eBay, Boeing, Samsung, and BMW, are now using the Microsoft Azure infrastructure and the support they require for their better production and performance. When it comes to cloud service providers, Microsoft Azure's adaptability is proving to be a valuable quality that makes it a good choice in the healthcare, manufacturing, consumer appliance, travel, aviation, and entertainment sectors.
Imagine you are at the forefront of your company's shift to the cloud. They need a cloud expert, and you see this as your chance to shine. By earning a Microsoft Azure certification, you can become that expert. With Azure certification, you are not just keeping up with the change, you are leading it. You know how to deploy virtual machines, secure data, and optimize resources. Your team relies on you, and your boss notices your pivotal role in a smooth migration. This certification also boosts your career. Companies everywhere need Azure certified professionals, whether it's a promotion, a raise, or new job offers. Your opportunities expand. The journey itself is rewarding, connecting you with a vibrant community and keeping you ahead of tech trends. In other words, a Microsoft Azure certification does not just boost your skills, it transforms you into a cloud hero, essential to your company's success and your career growth. In this video, we will discuss about the top Azure certification path and how you can prepare for Microsoft Azure certification exams. So what is a Microsoft Azure certification? Microsoft Azure certification encompasses a series of over a dozen credentials designed for professionals in cloud computing or those aspiring to enter the field. Azure is an approach that enables you to innovate rapidly by using cloud-native architectures with loosely coupled microservices, managed databases, AI, DevOps support, and many others. So there are 4 levels of Microsoft Azure certification: fundamental level, associate level, expert level, and specialty level. So the first one is fundamental level, ideal for non-technical individuals starting in cloud computing and cloud professional at the beginning of their career. The next is associate level certification, best suited for candidates with a solid understanding of Azure basics. Third one is expert level certification, designed for those with a strong cloud background, including associate level certification and hands-on experience. The fourth one is specialty certification, focus on specific areas such as Azure IoT Developer, Specialty, and Azure for SAP workloads. So now let's discuss why to pursue an Azure certification. So in the dynamic world of cloud computing, obtaining a certification in platform like Microsoft Azure is a strategic career move. So here are several reasons to pursue an Azure certification. The first one is industry recognition and credibility. The second one is alignment with industry trends. The third one is diverse career opportunities. The fourth one is increased employability and job security. The fifth one is career advancement and higher earning potential. So now move forward and discuss top Azure certification path as per the designation. As you can see this chart, we have 3 types of levels in certification: expert level, fundamental levels, and associate level. So now let's discuss one by one. So first one is fundamentals level certification. So in this first we have Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamental AZ900. The course fundamentals is designed to teach you the foundational concept of Azure. Crafted by AZ900 certified expert, this course aligns perfectly with the Azure fundamental exam syllabus. The exam format is multiple choice questions, exam duration is 45 minutes, and the cost for this exam is $99. Please note that certification which we are discussing in this video might be discontinued in the future or their syllabus can be changed. And the second one in fundamentals is Microsoft Certified Azure AI Fundamentals, AI 900. The AI 900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental course is designed to help you learn machine learning and artificial intelligence. This certification is intended for you if you have both technical and non-technical background. Data science and software engineering experience are not required. Exam format is MCQ and exam duration is 45 minutes. The cost for this exam is $99. Next, we have associate level, part of a larger team dedicated to implementing an organization's cloud infrastructure. You also coordinate with other roles to deliver Azure networking, security, database, application, development, and DevOps solution. The skills covered are managing Azure identities and governance, implementing and managing storage, configuring and managing virtual networking, deploying and managing Azure compute resources. Exam format is multiple choice questions and exam duration is 100 minutes. The cost for this exam is $165. The second one we have AZ500, Azure Security Engineer Associate. In this, you implement, manage and monitor security for resources in Azure, multi-cloud and hybrid environments. As a part of an end-to-end infrastructure, you recommend security components and configuration to protect the following: identity and access, data, application, networks. Your responsibilities as an Azure security engineer include managing the security posture, identifying and remediating vulnerabilities. Exam format is multiple choice question, exam duration is 100 minutes and the cost for the exam is $165. The next we have AZ204, Azure Developer Associate. You are responsible for participating in all the phases of development, including requirements gathering, design, development, deploying, security maintenance, performance tuning, and monitoring. You should be proficient in Azure, SDK, data storage options, data connection, APIs, app authentication, and authorization. As a candidate, you should have at least 2 years of professional development experience and experience with Azure. Exam format is multiple choice question, exam duration is 100 minutes, and the cost for the exam is $165. The third one, we have expert level certification. So the first one is we have Microsoft Certified DevOps Engineer Expert, AZ400. As a DevOps engineer, you are developer or infrastructure administrator who also has subject matter expertise in working with people, processes, and products to enable continuous delivery of value in organization. Your responsibilities for this role include delivering Microsoft DevOps solution that provide continuous security, integration, testing, delivering, deployment, monitoring, and feedback. You must have experience both administrating and developing in Azure with strong skills in at least one of these areas. You should also have experience implementing both GitHub and Azure DevOps solution. The exam format is multiple choice questions, exam duration is 150 minutes, and the cost for the exam is $165. The second one we have Microsoft Certified Azure Solution Architect Expert, AZ305. Your responsibility for this role include advising stakeholders and translating business requirements into design for Azure solutions that align with the Azure well-architected framework and cloud adoption framework for Azure. In this role, you implement solutions on the Azure by partnering with various other job roles, including developers, administrators, security engineer, data engineer. So as a candidate for this certification, you should have advanced experience and knowledge of IT operation, including networking, virtualization, identity, security, business continuity, disaster recovery, data platform, and governance. You should manage how decisions in each areas affect an overall solution. Exam format is multiple choice question, exam duration is 160 minutes, and the cost for this exam is $165. So as we conclude our Azure certification roadmap, we have covered the significance of Azure certification and delve into the fundamentals, associate, and expert level.
The future is in the cloud, and cloud engineers are the architects building the digital infrastructure of tomorrow. By 2025, it's estimated that the world will store an astounding 200 zettabytes, that is 2 billion terabytes of data in the cloud. And the architects building this digital infrastructure are cloud engineers. The best part, cloud engineering offers a rewarding career path with immense potential. In the United States alone, the average base salary for a cloud engineer is around $137,000 per year. If you are looking for a stimulating career with excellent earning potential, cloud engineering might be the perfect fit for you. This guide is your roadmap to success in the cloud field. We will walk you through a step-by-step process transforming your daily routine into a springboard for a cloud engineering career. So buckle up and get ready to embark on the journey to become a cloud engineer. Alright, so without further ado, let's get started. Alright, so the first thing that you should start with is computer networking. So think of cloud as a giant network of interconnected computers. These computers store and run applications you access, like web services, emails, and file storage. Without understanding how data travels across this network, it's like trying to navigate a city without knowing the streets or signs. In the cloud, data needs to move seamlessly between servers, databases, and user devices. Networking is the backbone that makes this possible, ensuring reliable and efficient communication. So by understanding networking concepts like IP addresses, protocols, and subnetting, you can work better on some things like first, design and configure secure cloud networks. So you will know how to set up secure connections between different parts of your cloud infrastructure, such as between virtual machines, databases, and external services. This ensures that data reaches the right destination safely, protecting against the authority access and cyber threats. So second we have is optimize network performance. So with a solid grasp of networking, you can troubleshoot network issues, identify bottlenecks, and implement solutions to enhance data flow. This ensures that applications run smoothly, providing a better user experience and improving overall system efficiency. Then at third we have is choose the right cloud services. So yes, this is the third point. So different cloud providers offer varying network features and capabilities. So by understanding the basics of networking, you can make informed decisions about which services best meet your needs. This helps you leverage the strengths of different cloud offerings to build a more effective and efficient infrastructure. Now that you have a grasp of the underlying network, let's dive into the operating system and powering cloud environments. So the second thing that is important for cloud engineering is knowledge of operating system. So most cloud platforms run on Linux-based operating systems. Being comfortable with Linux allows you to interact with and manage cloud resources directly. Imagine it like having a house key, knowing how to use the key, that is the Linux commands. So Linux commands grants you access and control over your cloud environment. So Linux provides the foundation for many cloud services and understanding. It helps you navigate and manage your cloud infrastructure efficiently. So by learning Linux basics like user management, file system, and the CLI, that is command line, you can first manage your cloud instances. So you will be able to configure settings, install software, and troubleshoot issues directly on the cloud servers. This hands-on control means you can quickly adapt to your environment to meet the needs of your applications and services, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Then second is automate tasks. So Linux scripting allows you to automate repetitive tasks, saving you time and effort in managing your cloud infrastructure. Whether it's your scheduling backups, monitoring system performance, or deploying updates, automation streamlines operations and reduces the chance of human error. So third is work efficiently with cloud tools. So many cloud management tools have Linux foundation. So familiarity with Linux makes it easier to use them efficiently. From orchestration platforms like Kubernetes to configuration management tools like Ansible, knowing Linux helps you leverage these tools to their full potential, enhancing your productivity and effectiveness as a cloud engineer. Alright, so this was about why knowledge of operating system is important to become a cloud engineer. So with an understanding of network and operating system, we can explore the concept of virtualization, which is another important thing if you want to become a cloud engineer. So virtualization is a game changer in cloud computing. It allows you to create multiple virtual machines on a single physical layer. Think of it like having multiple apartments in one building. Each VM acts as a separate computer with its own operating system and resources. This capability maximizes the use of physical hardware and provides the flexibility to run different applications independently on the same physical infrastructure. So how it helps? So understanding virtualization empowers you to optimize resource utilization, which is our first point. So by creating VMs instead of using dedicated physical servers, you can efficiently utilize cloud resources and reduce cost. This means you can run multiple applications on same hardware making the most out of the available resources and improving overall efficiency. Then there is scale applications up or down. Need more computing power for your application? Just create additional VMs. Need to scale down? Simply shut down VMs you don't need. Virtualization provides this flexibility, allowing you to adjust resources based on the demand without the need for additional physical hardware. Then there is test and deploy applications safely. So create isolated VMs environments for testing new applications without affecting existing ones. This isolation ensures that any issues or bugs in the application do not impact your production environment, allowing for safer and more efficient development and deployment processes. Alright, so data is the fuel that drives most cloud applications. Let's understand how they play a crucial role in cloud engineering. So let's understand about database. So data is the lifeblood of most cloud applications. And databases store and manage this data efficiently. Understanding databases is crucial for interacting with and managing the information powering your cloud applications. So by learning about database types like relational, that is SQL and NoSQL, and concepts like data querying and administration, you can choose the right database for your application. So different databases are suited for different types of data. Knowing the functionalities of each helps you select the most efficient solution for your needs. Next is work with cloud managed databases. So many cloud platforms offer managed databases services. Understanding database basics equips you to utilize these services efficiently and manage your cloud applications data with ease. The next is troubleshoot data related issues. If your cloud application encounters data access problems, your database knowledge allows you to diagnose and resolve them efficiently. So in these ways, database helps a cloud computing or cloud engineer. Now that you have built a strong foundation in networking, operating systems, virtualization, and databases, it's time to take your cloud engineering journey to the next level. Certifications. Think of them like badges that showcase your expertise in specific cloud platforms. So get certified. So cloud certifications validate your understanding of a particular cloud platform's technology and services. They act as a stamp of approval showing employers you have entrusted time and effort in learning the platform and its functionalities. Each major cloud provider, that is AWS, Azure, GCP, offers its own certification programs. Consider which cloud platform you find most intriguing or aligns best with your career goals. Now that you have equipped yourself with the essential knowledge and potentially some certifications, it's time to get your hands dirty with projects. So think of them as your training ground where you can experiment, apply your skills, and build a portfolio that showcases your capabilities to potential employers. So why projects matter? That is, first one, practical experience. Real-world projects allows you to solidify your theoretical knowledge and put your skills into action. You'll encounter challenges, troubleshoot problems, and learn valuable lessons that textbooks can't reach. The next is portfolio building. So projects serve as a concrete examples of your work. Create a portfolio website or online repository where you can showcase your projects. Alright, then next is confidence booster. So successfully completing projects instills confidence in your abilities. You will be able to confidently discuss your experience and approach to challenges during job interviews. With your newfound knowledge and certification projects, you are ready to take on the job market. So here are some tips for crafting the winning application. So these tips you should keep in mind as you walk on a cloud engineering adventure. Alright, so the first one we have is level up via open source. So contribute to open source cloud projects, gain a real world experience, collaborate with engineers, and work with production grade infrastructure. The next is build your cloud playground. So set up a personal cloud lab using free tiers or low-cost subscriptions, experiment, test new features, and break things safely. The next is cloud influencers. Identify cloud influencers, bloggers, and YouTubers. Learn from their unique insights, best practices, and even day-in-the-life experiences. So by following this step-by-step roadmap and consistently developing your skills, you will be on your way to become a sought-after cloud engineer. Remember, the cloud landscape is constantly evolving, so embrace continuous learning and stay updated on the latest trends.
Welcome everyone. In today's rapidly evolving digital landscape, the importance of mastering cloud computing cannot be overstated. To thrive in modern IT environments, professionals must possess a robust set of crucial skills. These include managing and maintaining infrastructures, that are increasingly complex and distributed, ensuring robust security measures to protect sensitive data against emerging threats, optimizing cost to make the most of IT investments, and mastering effective deployment strategies that ensure scalability and reliability across various platforms. At Simplilearn, we understand these skills form the backbone of successful cloud computing practices. With over a decade of leadership in cloud solutions, our company has been at the forefront of providing top-tier education and services to a wide range of clients. We are committed to making high-level cloud skills accessible to everyone, from aspiring IT professionals to seasoned experts. That's why our courses are designed not just to inform, but to transform your approach to cloud technology. Whether you are just starting out or looking to deepen your expertise, we provide the tools and training you need to navigate and excel with the cloud domain. With our guidance, you will not only keep pace with current technologies, but also stay ahead of the curve in this dynamic field. So let's start with the courses, and number one on our list is the postgraduate program in cloud computing, a comprehensive course designed in collaboration with Caltech CTME. Let's explore what makes this program a standout choice. This postgraduate program is your gateway to becoming a cloud expert. It's structured to take you through a deep dive into the world of cloud computing, covering crucial areas from basic concepts to advanced applications. And by joining this program, you are setting yourself up for success in a field that's at the forefront of technological advancement. It's designed to arm you with the skills needed to design, implement, and manage cloud solutions that are innovative and efficient. Moreover, graduates of this program find themselves well prepared for competitive roles worldwide, such as cloud architects, cloud project managers, or cloud service developers, working for top tech companies across the globe. Moreover, you will gain mastery over essential skills like managing cloud infrastructures, cloud security, data compliance, and disaster recovery planning. Completing this program earns you a postgraduate certificate from Caltech CTME, recognized globally and respected in the tech industry. And this course offers hands-on experience with leading tools such as AWS, Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, Docker, and Kubernetes. You will tackle real-world projects that challenge you to apply your learning to build scalable, secure cloud architectures and manage extensive cloud deployments. If you're ready to start your journey in cloud computing with a top-rated program, visit the description box or pinned comment to enroll. So next on our list at number 2 is the Cloud Solutions Architect Master's Program. So let's delve into why this course is crucial for those aspiring to become cloud architects. This master's program is designed to turn you into a solutions architect capable of designing and implementing robust and scalable cloud solutions. This course ensures you gain comprehensive knowledge and skills. So choosing this program means selecting a path to mastery in cloud architecture. It's perfect for IT professionals who want to excel in creating high-performing cloud solutions that meet critical business needs. And this program opens doors to roles like Cloud Solutions Architect and Enterprise Architect, among others. Graduates often step into significant positions into multinational corporations and tech firms around the world, where they strategize and oversee cloud infrastructure deployments. And throughout this program, you will master skills in cloud deployment, migration, and infrastructure management. You will also learn about securing cloud environments and optimizing them for cost and performance. Completing this course will provide you with a holistic view of cloud architecture, backed by a master certification recognized in the industry. You will get hands-on experience with essential tools used by cloud architects, including AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud platforms. The course also includes real-life projects that challenge you to solve problems and design solutions that are not only efficient, but also scalable and secure. If designing top-tier cloud solutions is your goal, then the Cloud Solutions Architect Master's Program is your stepping stone. Visit the description box or pinned comment to check out the course link. Moving on to the third course in our series, we have the AWS Cloud Architect Certification Training. This program is essential for those looking to specialize in Amazon Web Services, the leading cloud services platform. This certification course is tailored to develop your skills in designing and managing scalable, reliable applications on AWS. It's ideal for solutions architects, programmers, and anyone interested in building robust cloud solutions using AWS technology. Enrolling in this course will elevate your technical understanding and capabilities, preparing you to lead cloud initiatives using AWS powerful platform. You will gain in-depth knowledge of AWS architectural principles and services, learn to design and deploy scalable systems, and understand elasticity and scalability concepts. This course culminates in earning on AWS certification, adding significant value to your professional credentials. Practical, hands-on labs and project work will let you work directly with AWS technologies, ensuring you can apply what you learn immediately in any cloud environment. So are you ready to become an AWS cloud architect? Sign up for this course today to start your specialized training with the link mentioned in the description box and pinned comment. Next up at number 4 in our series is the Azure Cloud Architect Certification Training. This course is designed for those who aim to excel in designing and implementing Microsoft Azure solutions. Azure is one of the leading cloud platforms, and this training equips you to master its complex systems and services, preparing you to tackle real-world challenges with confidence. With this program, you will transform into a skilled cloud architect capable of managing Azure's extensive features and services. It's an ideal path for IT professionals looking to specialize in Azure for advancing their careers. The course covers a range of key areas including Azure administration, Azure networking, security, and identity management. You will also prepare for the Microsoft Certified Azure Architect Technologies exam, a highly respected credential in the industry. Moreover, hands-on labs and projects throughout the course ensure you gain practical experience with Azure. This training includes simulations and real-life scenarios to provide you with the skills needed to succeed in any Azure environment. So are you ready to harness the power of Microsoft Azure? Enroll in our Azure Cloud Certification training today with the link in the description box and pinned comment. Rounding out our top 5 cloud computing courses, at number 5 we have the Azure DevOps Solution Expert Masters Program. This advanced training is tailored for those who wish to blend cloud technology with DevOps practices using the Microsoft Azure platform. This Masters program is designed to empower IT professionals with the skills to implement DevOps practices effectively in Azure environments. It's perfect for those aiming to specialize in building, testing, and maintaining cloud solutions that are efficient and scalable. By integrating DevOps with cloud innovations, this course ensures you are adept at speeding up to IT operations and enhancing collaboration across teams. It's an essential skill set for increasing business agility and IT efficiency. The program covers a comprehensive range of topics, including continuous integration and delivery, CI/CD, infrastructure as a code, and monitoring and feedback mechanisms. Graduates are well prepared to lead DevOps initiatives and handle complex cloud infrastructures. Moreover, you will work with popular tools like Jenkins, Docker, Ansible, and Kubernetes alongside Azure-specific technologies. Real-world projects are integrated throughout the course to provide hands-on experience and insights into actual DevOps challenges. If you are ready to advance your career by mastering Azure and DevOps, enroll in our Azure DevOps Solution Expert Masters program today. Check out the link in the pinned comment and description box. So thank you for joining us as we explored these top 5 cloud computing courses. Each program is designed to not only meet but exceed the demands of today's digital landscape, preparing you for a future where cloud technology is ubiquitous. You can check out pinned comment and description box for respective course links.
So now, what is Azure? What's the big cloud service provider all about? So Azure is a cloud computing platform provided by Microsoft. Now it's basically an online portal through which you can access and manage resources and services. Now, resources and services are nothing but, you can store your data and you can transform the data using services that Microsoft provides. Again, all you need is the internet and being able to connect to the Azure portal. Then you get access to all of their resources and their services. In case you want to know more about how it's different from its rival, which is AWS, I suggest you click on the top right corner and watch the AWS versus Azure video so that you can clearly tell how both these cloud service providers are different from each other. Now, here are some things that you need to know about Azure. It was launched on February 1st, 2010, which is significantly later than when AWS was launched. It's free to start and has a pay-per-use model, which means, like I said before, you need to pay for the services you use through Azure. And one of their most important selling points is that 80% of Fortune 500 companies use Azure services, which means that most of the bigger companies of the world actually recommend using Azure. And then Azure supports a wide variety of programming languages, the C#, Node.js, Java, and so much more. Another very important selling point of Azure is the amount of data centers it has across the world. Now, it's important for a cloud service provider to have many data centers around the world because it means that they can provide their services to a wider audience. Now, Azure has 42, which is more than any cloud service provider has at the moment. It expects to have 12 more in a period of time, which brings its total number of regions it covers to 54. Now let's talk about Azure Services. Now, Azure Services have 18 categories and more than 200 services, so we clearly can't go through all of them. It has services that cover compute, AI and machine learning, integration, management tools, identity, DevOps, web, and so much more. You're going to have a hard time trying to find a domain that Azure doesn't cover. And if it doesn't cover it now, you can be certain they're working on it as we speak. So first, let's start with the compute services. First, virtual machine. With this service, what you're getting to do is to create a virtual machine of Linux or Windows operating system. It's easily configurable. You can add RAM, you can decrease RAM, you can add storage, remove it. All of it is possible in a matter of seconds. Now let's talk about the second service, cloud service. Now with this, you can create an application within the cloud, and all of the work after you deploy it, deploying the application that is taken care of by Azure, which includes, provisioning the application, load balancing, ensuring that the application is in good health, and all of the other things are handled by Azure. Next up, let's talk about Service Fabric. Now with Service Fabric, the process of developing a microservice is greatly simplified. So you might be wondering, what exactly is a microservice? Now a microservice is basically an application that consists of smaller applications coupled together. Next up, functions. Now with functions, you can create applications in any programming language that you want. Another very important part is that you don't have to worry about any hardware components. You don't have to worry what RAM you require or how much storage you require. All of that is taken care of by Azure. All you need is to provide the code to Azure and it'll execute it, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Now let's talk about some networking services. First up, we have Azure CDN, or the Content Delivery Network. Now the Azure CDN service is basically for delivering web content to users. Now this content is of high bandwidth and can be transferred or can be delivered to any person across the world. Now these are actually a network of servers that are placed in strategic positions across the world so that the customers can obtain this data as fast as possible. Next up, we have Express Route. Now with this, you can actually connect your on-premise network onto the Microsoft cloud or any of the services that you want through a private connection. So the only communication that happens is between your on-premise network and the service that you want. Then you have virtual network. Now with virtual network, you can have any of the Azure services communicate with each other in a secure manner, in a private manner. Next, we have Azure DNS. So Azure DNS is a hosting service which allows you to host their DNS or domain name system domains in Azure. So you can host your application using Azure DNS. Now for the storage services. First up, we have disk storage. With disk storage, you're given a cost-effective option of choosing HDD or solid-state drives to go along with your virtual machines based on your requirements. Then you have blob storage. Now this is actually optimized to ensure that they can store massive amounts of unstructured data, which can include text data or even binary data. Next, you have file storage, which is a managed file storage and can be accessible via the SMB protocol or the server message block protocol. And finally, you have queue storage. Now with queue storage, you can provide durable message queuing for an extremely large workload. And the most important part is that this can be accessed from anywhere in the world. Now, let's talk about how Azure can be used. Firstly, for application development. It could be any application, mostly web applications. Then you can test the application, see how well it works. You can host the application on the internet. You can create virtual machines like I mentioned before. With the service, you can create these virtual machines of any size or RAM that you want. You can integrate and sync features. You can collect and store matrices. For example, how the data works, how the current data is, how you can improve upon it. All of that is possible with these services. And you have virtual hard drives, which is an extension of the virtual machines where these services are able to provide you a large amount of storage where data can be stored.
You can also check out our Azure Cloud Architect course that will help you master the Azure infrastructure by understanding Azure Cloud Architect technology solutions, implementing workloads and security in Azure, creating and deploying apps in Azure, and securing data in Azure. Link is in the description. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for more amazing and interesting content.
So the wide variety of services available on Azure includes artificial intelligence plus machine learning plus analytics services to get an or to give us a good visual of how the data or how the application is performing, or the type of the category of data stored, and to read from the logs. And variety of compute services, different VMs with different size and different operating systems, different containers available, different type of databases available, a lot of developer tools that are available for us, and identity service to manage our users in the Azure cloud. And those users can be integrated or federated with, let's say, Google, Facebook, LinkedIn. So there are some external federation services. They can be used to integrate with our identity system. IoT services, IoT tools and technologies available, and management tools to manage the users. Creating identity is one, and then managing them on top of it is a totally different thing. And we have tools, technologies to manage the users. Cool services for data migration. Data migration is now made simple. Tools and technologies available for mobile application development. And I can plan my own network in the cloud with the networking services. I can implement my own security, both Azure provided and third-party security services on Azure cloud. That's now possible. And a lot of storage options available in the cloud. So these are just a glimpse of the big list of services available in Azure cloud. So that was a glimpse of what's available in the cloud. Let's talk about the services in specific. Let's take compute for example. Whenever we're building a new application or deploying existing ones, the Azure Compute Service provides the infrastructure we need to run and maintain our application. We can easily tap in the capacity that Azure Cloud Service has, and we can scale our compute requirement on demand. We can also containerize our application. We have the option of choosing Windows or Linux VM machine and take the advantage of the flexible options Azure provides for us to migrate our VMs to Azure and a lot more. And these compute services also include a full-fledged identity solution, meaning integration with Active Directory in the cloud or on-premises, and a lot more. Let's look at some of the services that this compute domain provides. Some of the services the compute domain provides are virtual machines. And this Azure Virtual Machines gives us the ability to develop and manage a virtual computer environment or a virtualized environment inside Azure's cloud environment, that too in a virtual private network. Now we will talk about virtual private network at a later point, but as of now just know that there are a lot of services available in Azure Compute Service that we can get benefited from. We can always choose from a very wide range of compute options. For example, we have an option to choose the operating system. We have the option to choose whether the system should be in on-premises or in the cloud, or do we want to maintain the environment both in on-premises and in the cloud. We have the option of choosing the operating system, whether we want to use our own operating system with some software attached to it, or do we want to go and buy the operating system from the cloud, from Azure Marketplace. And these are just a few of the options available for us when we want to buy the compute environment. And these compute environments are easily scalable, meaning we can easily scale our VM instances from one instance to thousands of virtual machines in a matter of minutes, or simply put, in a couple of button clicks. And all these services are available on a pay for what we use model, meaning there is no upfront cost. We use the service and then pay for the services that we have used. There is no literal long-term commitment when it comes to using virtual machines in the cloud. And most of the services are built on a pay-per-minute billing basis. All right. And at no point, because of the pay-per-minute billing model, at no point we will be overpaying for any of the services. That's attractive, isn't it? Now let's talk about batch service. Now, batch service is always independent, regardless of whether you choose Windows or Linux, it's going to run fairly well. And with batch service, we can take advantage of the environment's unique features. And not only that, in short, the batch service helps us to manage the whole batch environment, and also it helps to schedule the jobs. Now, this Azure batch service actually runs on a large scale, parallel and high performance computing. Because of that, batch jobs are highly efficient in Azure. And when we run batch services, this Azure batch creates a pool of computer nodes and installs the needed applications that we want to run, and then it schedules jobs to those individual nodes in those pools. As a customer, there is no need for us to install a cluster, or there is no need for us to install a software that actually schedules the jobs, or even to manage or even to scale those infrastructure or the software, because everything is managed by Azure. And this batch service is a platform as a service. There is no additional charge for using this batch service, except for, the only charges that we'll be paying is for the virtual machines that the service uses, and the storage that we will be using, of course, and the networking services that we will be using for this batch service. Let's summarize. This batch service, we have a choice of operating system that we can pick and use, and it scales by itself. Now, the alternative for the batch would be queues, but in queues, we'll have to pre-provision and pay for the infrastructure even if we're not using it. But with a batch, we only pay for what we use. And this batch service helps us to manage the application, manage the scheduling as a whole, as if they are just one thing. As next thing in the compute domain, let's talk about this Fabric service. Now, this Fabric service is actually a distributed system platform that helps us to package, deploy, and manage a scalable and a very reliable microservice and containers. And what does it help? This Azure Fabric service helps us, or it helps the developers and administrators, so they can avoid the complex infrastructure problems, and they can focus only on implementing workloads or taking care of their development, taking care of their application instead of spending time on infrastructure. So what's Service Fabric? Service Fabric, it provides runtime capabilities and life cycle management to applications that are composed of microservices, no infrastructure management at all. And with Service Fabric, we can easily scale the application to tens or hundreds or even to thousands of machines. Here, machines represent containers. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about virtual machine scale set. Now, this virtual machine scale set, it lets us to create a group of identical load balanced VMs. I just want to mention it again. It helps us to manage a group identical and load balanced VMs. The number of instances or the number of VM instances in a scale set can increase or decrease in response to the demand or in response to a schedule that we define. The resources needed on a Monday morning is not the same as that would be required on a Saturday or a Sunday morning. All right. And even within the day, the resources that would be needed in the beginning of the business hour is not the resources that would be needed at noon or, after 8 or 9 in the evening. So the demands could actually vary in the environment, and this scale set helps us to take care of the varying demand or take care of the different infrastructure requirement at a different schedule throughout the day, throughout the week, throughout the month, or could be throughout the year as well. The scale set also allows us to provide high availability to our applications, and it helps us to centrally manage, configure, and update a large number of VMs as if they are just one thing. Now, you might ask, well, virtual machines are enough. Why would we need a virtual machine scale set? Just like I said, this virtual machine scale set helps us with a greater redundancy and improved performance for our applications. And those applications can be accessed through a load balancer that actually distributes the requests to the application instances. So in a nutshell, this virtual machine scale set, it helps us to create a large number of identical virtual machines, number one. And with scale set, we can increase or decrease the virtual machines. With virtual machine scale set, we can centrally manage and configure and update a big group of VMs. And it's a great use case when it comes to big data or container workloads. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about cloud services. Now this Azure Cloud Service is actually a platform as a service, and it's very friendly. In fact, it is designed for applications that support scalability, or an application that requires scalability or reliability, and on top of it, you want them to be very inexpensive to operate. So Azure Cloud Service provides all these. So where would this cloud service run? Well, it runs on a VM, but it's a platform as a service. VMs are infrastructure as a service, and when we run applications on VM through cloud service, it becomes platform as a service. So here is how you got to be thinking. With infrastructure as a service like VMs, we first create and configure the environment, and then we run applications on top of it. Let's look at the responsibility. The responsibility for us in VM is that we manage everything end to end, like deploying new patches, picking the versions of the operating system, and making sure they are intact and all that stuff. It's all managed by us. But on the contrary, with platform as a service, it's as if the environment is already ready. All that you have to do is deploy your application in it and manage the platform. Manage the platform not as an administrator, because all the administration is taken care by Azure, like deploying new versions of the operating system. It's all handled by the Azure. So we deploy the application and we manage the application. That's it. Infrastructure management is handled by Azure. So what does cloud service provide? This cloud service provides a platform where we can write the application code, and we don't have to worry about hardware. Simply hand over the code and cloud service takes care of it. So no worry on the hardware at all. So responsibilities like patching, what do we do if something crashes? How do I update the infrastructure? How do I manage the maintenance or the downtime in the underlying infrastructure? All that is handled by Azure. It also provides a good testing environment for us. We can simply run the code, test it before it's actually released to the production. I want to expand a bit on these testing applications. So this Azure Cloud Service, it actually gives us a staging environment for testing a new release without it affecting the existing release, which actually reduces the customer downtime. So we can run the application, test it, and anytime that's ready for production, all that's needed for us to do to move it to production is simply to swap the staging environment into the production environment, and the old production environment will now become the new staging environment, where we can add more to it and then swap it back at a later point. So it kind of gives us a swappable environment for testing our applications. And not only that, it gives us health monitoring alerts. It helps us to monitor the health and availability of our application. And there is a dashboard we can benefit from when we use Azure Cloud Services, and that shows the key statistics all in one place. And we can also set up real-time alerts to warn when a service availability or a certain metrics that we are concerned about degrades. As next thing in compute domain, let's talk about functions. Now functions are serverless computing. Many times if you heard about Azure being serverless, a lot of time they are referencing, or the person who's talking to you is referencing to serverless computing or Azure Functions, which is a serverless computing service hosted on Microsoft Azure. The main motive of a function is to accelerate and simplify application development. Functions helps us to run code on demand without we need to pre-provision or manage any Azure infrastructure. So Azure Functions are script or a piece of code that gets run in response to an event that you want to handle. So in short, we can just write a code that you need for a problem at hand without actually worrying about the whole application or the infrastructure that will be running that code. And the best of all the best is when we use functions, we only pay for the time that our code runs. So what does functions provide, or what does Azure Functions provide? Azure Functions allow users to build applications using serverless simple functions with a programming language of our choice. So the current programming languages that are supported is C#, F#, Node.js, Java, and PHP. So here we really don't have to worry about provisioning or maintaining servers. If a code requires more resource, yes, Azure functions handles or it provides the additional resources needed by the code. And the best part is we only pay for the amount of time the functions are running, not the resources, but the amount of time the function is running. As next thing, and moving to the new domain, let's talk about the container domain in Azure. Now the container domain or the container service, it allows us to quickly deploy a production ready Kubernetes or a Docker Swarm cluster. Now what's a container? A container is a standard unit of software that packages up code and all its dependencies so the applications run quickly and reliably from one computing environment to another. It could be testing to staging to development environment to staging to production, or from one production to another production, or on-premises to cloud, or one cloud to another cloud, vice versa. Now imagine we had an option not to worry about the VM and just focus on the application. Well, that's exactly what containers helps us achieve. So these container instances enable us to focus on applications and not worrying about managing VMs or not worrying about learning the new tools required to manage the VMs or even the deployment. And our applications that we create, they run in a container. And running in a container is what helps us to achieve all these, not being able to manage or not needing to manage the virtual machines. So these containers, they can be deployed into the cloud using a single command if you're using a command line interface, and a couple of button clicks if we are using the Azure portal. And these containers are kept lightweight, but they are equally secure as virtual machines. Let's talk about container service as next thing. The container service, or sometimes called as Azure Kubernetes Service, it helps us to manage the containers. Container is one thing, and a service that's used to manage the container is another thing. Now this Kubernetes service, or ACS, it helps us to manage the containers. So let's expand on this a bit. So this Azure Container Service, or ACS, it actually provides a way to simplify the creation, configuration, and management of a cluster of virtual machines that are pre-configured to run containerized applications on top of them. Deploying these containers might take like 15 to 20 minutes, or deploying the virtual machines that run containers in it might take 15 to 20 minutes. And once they are provisioned, we can actually manage them by using simple SSH tunnel into them. And this ACS, when it runs applications from Docker images. What does that mean? Docker images makes sure that the applications the container runs are fully portable. Images are portable. And ACS also helps us to orchestrate the container environment. Not only that, it also helps us to ensure that these applications that we run in containers can be scaled to thousands or even tens of thousands of containers. So in a nutshell, managing an existing application into a container and running it using AKS or ACS is really easy, or that's what it is all about, to make the application management or migration easy. Now, managing the container-based architecture, and we discussed that containers could be tens or even tens of thousands of containers. So managing them is made simple using this container services. And even training of model using a large data set in a complex and resource intensive environment, this AKS helps us to simplify that environment. Alright, as next thing in container domain, let's talk about container registry. We spoke about registry a little bit when we spoke about Docker images. So container registry is a single place where we can store our images, which are Docker images. When we use containers, it's Docker images that we use for our image purposes. So these container images are a central registry that can be used to ease container development by easing the storage and management of container images. So there we can store all kind of images like Docker Swarm, or the images used in Docker Swarm are in Kubernetes. Everything can be stored in container registry in Azure. Now, anytime we store a container image, it provides us an option for geo replication. What that means is that we can efficiently manage a single registry replicated across multiple regions. Now, these geo replication, it actually enables us to manage global deployments, assuming we are having an environment that requires a global deployment. So it helps us to manage global deployments as one entity because we are geo-replicating. We would be updating, we would be editing one image, and that image gets replicated throughout the global replication centers we would have set up. And so just one editing would have actually edited the global images, and those global images would have provisioned the global application. So one edit, replication, and then provisioning of the applications global wide. And this replication also helps us network latency, because anytime an application needs to deploy, it does not have to rely on a single source which can be reached only through high latency network. Because we have global replications around the world, anytime the application wants to check back, it would check back the application which is in a very nearby location for the application itself. Global replication means that we are managing it as a single entity that's being replicated across the multiple regions in the globe. As next thing in our learning, let's talk about Azure databases. Now, these Azure databases are relational. In fact, they have many flavors in them. We're going to look at different flavors, SQL, NoSQL, cache type of database that Azure offers. So we're going to learn one at a time, or we're going to learn one by one. So this Azure SQL database is a relational database. In fact, it's a relational database as a service. It's managed by Azure. We don't get to do a lot of management in it. So it's a relational database as a service based on Microsoft SQL Server database engine. And this database is a high performance database. It is very reliable, and it's very secure as well. And this high reliability, high performance, and for this high security, we really don't have to do anything. It comes along with it, and it's managed by Azure. And there are two things that I definitely need to mention about Azure SQL database. That is, it's an intelligent service, number one. It's fully managed by Azure, and it also has this one good thing, which is it has built-in intelligence that learns app patterns and adapts to maximize performance and reliability and data protection of the application. That's something that's not found in many of the other cloud providers that I'm aware of. So I thought I'll mention it. So it uses built-in intelligence to learn about the user's database patterns and helps improve performance and protection. And migration or importing data is very easy when it comes to Azure SQL database. So it can be readily or immediately used for analytic reporting and intelligent applications in Azure. As next thing, let's talk about Azure Cosmos DB. Now, Azure Cosmos DB is a database service that is for NoSQL type, and it's created to provide low latency and an application that scales dynamically or that scales rapidly. Now, this Azure Cosmos DB is a globally distributed service, and it's a multi-model database. This can be provisioned in a click of a button. That's all we got to do if we need to provision an Azure Cosmos DB in the Azure. It helps with scaling the database. We can elastically and independently scale throughput and storage across this database and in any of the Azure geographic regions. It provides a good throughput, it provides good latency, it provides good availability, and it provides, or Azure promises, a comprehensive SLA that no other database can offer. That's the best part about Cosmos DB. So this Cosmos DB was built with global distribution in mind, and it's built with the horizontal scale in mind. And all this we can use by only paying for what we have used. And remember, the difference between Azure Cosmos DB and the SQL database is that Azure Cosmos DB supports NoSQL, whereas SQL doesn't. Alright, few other things about Azure Cosmos DB is it allows users to use key value graph, a column, family, and document data. It also gives users a number of API options like SQL, JavaScript, MongoDB, and few others that you might want to check in the document at the time of reading. And the best part here is that all that we mentioned, we get to use only by paying for the amount of storage and throughput that are required. And the storage and the throughput can be elastically scaled based on the requirement of that R. All right, let's talk about Redis Cache. Discussion about Azure Database won't be complete without we talking about Redis Cache. Now, Redis Cache is a secure data cache. It's also sometimes called as messaging broker that provides high throughput and low latency access to data for the applications. Now, Redis Cache is based on a popular open source caching product, which is Redis, sometimes called as Redis Cache. Now, what's the use case? It's typically used to cache to improve the performance and scalability of a system that rely heavily on backend data stores. Now, performance when we use Redis Cache is improved by temporarily copying the frequently accessed data to a fast storage located very close to the application. Now, with Redis Cache, this fast storage is located in memory with Redis Cache instead of being loaded from the actual disk in the database itself. Now, this Redis Cache can also be used as an in-memory data structure store. Not only that, it can be used as a distributed non-relational database and a message broker. So there are a variety of use cases for this Redis Cache. And by using Redis Cache, the application performance is improved by taking advantage of the low latency and the high throughput performance that this Redis Cache engine provides. So to summarize, this Redis Cache, when we use Redis Cache, data is stored in the memory instead of the disk to ensure that there is high throughput and low latency when the application needs to read the data. It provides various levels of scaling without any downtime or interference. Now, this Redis Cache is actually backed by Redis server, and it supports a string, hashes, linked list, and various other data structures. Now let's talk about security and identity services. Now, identity management in specific is a process of authenticating first and then authorizing using security principles. Now, not only that, identity management involves controlling information about those principal identities. You might ask, now what's a principal identity? Now, identity or principal identity are services, applications, users, groups, and a lot more. The speciality about this identity management is that it not only helps authenticate and authorize principals in cloud, it also helps authenticate and authorize principals or resources on premises, especially when you run an hybrid cloud environment. So all these services and features that this identity management helps us to get additional level of validation, like identity management can provide multi-factor authentication. It can provide access policies based on condition, permit or deny based on condition. It can also monitor suspicious activity. And not only that, it can also report it. It can also help generate alerts for potential security issues, and in a way to mitigate it, can send us an alert so we can get involved and prevent a security accident from happening. So let's talk more about identity management. So some of the services under security and identity management are Azure Security Center. Now, this Azure Security Center provides security management and threat protection across the workloads in both cloud and in the hybrid environment. It helps control user access and application control to stop any malicious activity if present. It helps us to find and fix vulnerabilities before they can be even exploited. It integrates very well with analytic methods that helps us to identify, or it gives us the intelligence to identify or detect attacks and prevent them before it can actually happen. And it also works seamlessly with hybrid environments. So you don't have to have one policy for on-premises and one policy for the cloud. It's now a unified service, both for on-premises and the cloud. The next service in security and identity would be Key Vault. Now, a Key Vault is a service or a feature that helps safeguard the cryptographic keys and any other secrets used by the cloud applications and the services. In other words, this Azure Key Vault is a tool for securely storing and accessing the secrets of the environment, the secret keys. Now, a secret is anything that you really want to have a very tight control access, like the certificates, like the passwords, stuff like that. Now, if I tell you what Key Vault actually solves, that would actually explain what Key Vault is. Now, Key Vault is used in secrets management. It's helped in securely storing the tokens, the passwords, the certificates. It helps in key management. It really helps in creating and controlling the encryption keys that we would use to encrypt data. It helps in certificate management. Talking about certification management, it helps us to easily provision, manage, and deploy public and private SSL, TLS certificates in Azure, and a lot more. So in a nutshell, this Key Vault, it provides users the ability to provision new vaults and keys in just a matter of minutes. All that in a single command, or all that in a couple of button clicks. It also helps users to centrally manage their keys, secrets, and policies. Next in the list, let's talk about Azure Active Directory. Now, Azure Active Directory, it helps us to create intelligent-driven access policies to limit resource usage and manage user identities. What does that mean? Now, this Azure Active Directory is a cloud-based Active Directory and identity management service. Now, Azure Active Directory combines, it's actually a combination of the core directory services plus application access management plus identity protection. And one good thing about this Azure, in fact, there are a lot of good things, but especially when you're running hybrid environments, you might wonder, well, how this Azure Active Directory is going to behave. Now, this Azure Active Directory is built to work on on-premises and cloud environment as well. Not only that, it also works seamlessly with mobile applications as well. So in a nutshell, this Azure Active Directory, it acts as an central point of identity and access management for our cloud environment. It also provides good security solutions that protect against unauthorized access of our app and the data. Now that we've discussed about security and identity, let's talk about the management tools that Azure has to offer. Azure provides built-in management and account governance tools that helps administrators and developers, that helps them to keep their resources secure and very compliant. And again, it helps both in on-premises and in the cloud environment. And these management tools help us to monitor the infrastructure, monitor the applications. It also helps in provisioning and configuring resources. It also helps in updating apps. It helps in analyzing threats, taking backup of the resources, build disaster recoveries. It also helps in applying policies and conditions to automate our environment. We use Azure management tools, and it's also used in cost control methods. So this Azure management plays a wide role across the Azure services. And in the management tools, first comes the Azure Advisor. Now this Azure Advisor, it acts as a guide to educate us about Azure best practices. It throws recommendations that we can select on the basis of the category of service, and it also provides the impact it can have, or the impact that would happen in our environment if we follow the recommendations given. And recommendations are, first one is the recommendations are kind of templatized, and it throws the templatized recommendations. Not only that, it also provides customized recommendations on the basis of the configuration, on the basis of our usage patterns. And these recommendations are not hard. It's not like something that it recommends and then just leaves us hanging there. These recommendations provided are very easy to follow, very easy to implement and see results. You can think of Azure Advisor as a very personalized cloud consultant that helps you to follow best practices to optimize our deployments. It kind of analyzes our resources, our configurations, our usage, and then it recommends a solution for us that really helps in improving the cost effectiveness, improving the performance, improving high availability, and improving security in our Azure environment. So with this Azure Advisor, we can get a proactive, actionable and personalized best practice recommendations. Now, you don't have to be an expert. Just follow the Azure Advisor and your environment is going to be good. It also helps in improve the performance, security, high availability of our environment. And also it helps in bringing down the overall Azure spend. And the best part is it's a free service that analyzes our Azure usage and provides recommendations, how we can optimize our Azure resource to reduce cost. And reduce cost at the same time boost the performance, helps in strengthening the security and improve the overall reliability of our environment. And next in the list would be Network Watcher. Now this Network Watcher helps users identify and gain insights in the overall network performance and the health of the overall environment. Now these Azure Watchers provides enough tools to monitor, to diagnose, to view the metrics, and to enable or disable logs, which means generate and collect the logs for resources in the Azure Virtual Network. So with Network Watcher, you can monitor and diagnose issues in networking without even logging into the virtual machines. With just the logs, which are real time, we can actually come to a conclusion what could be wrong in a certain resource, in a VM or in a database, by just looking at the logs. And not only that, it's used for analytic or to gain some intelligence of what's happening in our network. We can gain a lot of insight to the current network traffic pattern using the security group flow logs that this Network Watcher offers. It also helps in investigating VPN connectivity issues using detailed logs. Now, you might or might not know that VPN troubleshooting requires both parties, or it involves two parties. The person, the network administrator on this side and the network administrator on the other side. And they will have to check logs in their end and we'll have to check logs in our end, stuff like that. But with the Network Watcher, it kind of takes it to the next level. The logs itself, we could easily identify which side is having the issue and suggest an appropriate fix. And the next in the list would be Microsoft Azure Portal. Now, this Microsoft Azure Portal, it provides a single unified console to perform various number of activities like building, not only building, managing and monitoring the web applications that we build. Now, this portal can be used to organize our environment or the appearance of the environment or the visual of the environment based on our work style. And using Azure Portal, users can control who gets to manage or access the resources, all from the Azure Portal. And this Azure Portal gives a very good visibility on the spends that happen on each resource, right? And if we can customize it, we can also identify spends based on team, spends based on days, spends based on department, stuff like that. So it kind of gives us a good visual of where the money is spending or where is the bill consumed within the Azure environment. Next in the list would be Azure Resource Manager. Now, Azure Resource Manager enables us to manage the usage of the application resources. Now, we use Resource Manager to deploy, monitor, and manage solution resources as a group, as if it's one single entity. Now, the infrastructure of our application is typically made of various components, which includes virtual machine, storage, virtual network, web app, database servers, some other third-party services that we might use in our environment. And they are by nature separate services. But with Azure Resource Manager, we don't see them as different components or different entities. Instead, we see them as related services in a group that supports an application. Now, we kind of get the relation between them. Instead of, letting them spread, Azure Resource Manager identifies the relation between them and helps us to visually see them all as one or single entity. Not only that, Azure Resource Manager helps or it ensures that the resources that we provision are deployed at a constant rate along with the other application. It also helps users to visually see their resources and how they are connected, and that helps in managing the resources a lot better. resource group also is used to control who can access the resources within the user's organization. Kind of gives you the fine-grained control over who gets to access and who does not get access. And the last one in the management tools would be automation. And this automation gives us the ability to automate, configure, and install upgrades across hybrid environments. It provides a cloud-based automation and configuration service. Not only that, this can be applied for non-Azure environments as well, which is on-premises. So some of the automation we could do is process automation, update management automation, configuration features automation, stuff like that. And this Azure automation provides complete control during the deployment, operation, and also during the decommissioning of the workloads and resources. With automation, we can actually automate time-consuming or mundane or any task that's error-prone because of human errors. Those things can be automated. So irrespective of how many times you run it, it's going to run the same way. And that really helps in reducing the overall time and also the overhead cost, because a lot of the things are automated, which means it's human error-free, which means the application is not going to break and keep running for a longer time. With automation, we can actually build a good inventory of operating system resources and configuration items all in one place with ease. And this really helps in tracking the changes and investigating the issue. Let's say something happened. Because we have automation, because it's logging the configuration changes, it's easy to track, easy to identify what has changed lately that has broken the environment, go back and fix it or kind of roll it back. That solves the problem. And that actually summarizes the Azure management tools or management services. Now let's talk about the networking tools or the networking services available in Azure. There are a variety of services, especially networking services, that Azure offers, and I'm sure it's going to be an interesting one. Let's begin our discussion with Content Delivery Network. Now, the Content Delivery Network, in short CDN, it allows us to perform secure and a very reliable content delivery. Not only that, it also helps in accelerating the delivery time, or in other words, reducing the delivery time, also called as load times. It also helps in saving bandwidth and increases in responsiveness to the application. Let's expand on this. The Content Delivery Network is actually a distributed network of servers that can efficiently deliver web content to users. Now, CDNs, we're going to use the word CDN here. CDNs store cached content on global edge servers, also called as POPs, point of presence locations, that are very close to the end users, so the latency is minimized. It's like taking a copy of the data or taking a multiple copy of the data and storing it in different parts of the world, and whoever is requesting it, the data gets delivered to them from a server which is very locally to them. So this CDN offers developers a global solution for rapidly delivering high bandwidth content to users by caching the content in a strategically placed location which is very near to them. So these content delivery networks, it really helps in handling. That's one advantage you get for content delivery network, that's we can handle spikes and heavy loads very efficiently. And we can also run analytic against the logs that gets generated in content delivery network, which helps in gaining good insight on the workflow and what would be the future business need for that application. And this, just like a lot of other services, this is on a pay-as-you-go type. So you use the resource first and then you only pay for what you have used. The next one in networking would be ExpressRoute. Now, ExpressRoute is actually a circuit or a link that provides a direct private connection to Azure. And because it's direct, it gives low latency link to Azure. It gives good speed and reliability for the Azure data transfer. It could be on-premises to Azure. So it gives very good speed. It gives increased reliability and low latency for that connection. Let's expand on this a bit. Now this express route is an service that actually provides a private connection between Microsoft data center and infrastructure in our premises or in a different co-location facility that we might have. Now these express routes do not go over the public internet. And because they don't go over the public internet, they offer a high security, reliability and speed and low latency compared to the connections which are in the internet. Because it's fast, because it's reliable, because it has low latency, it can be used as an extension of our existing data center. Users are not going to feel the difference whether they are accessing services from an on-premises or in the cloud environment, because latency is minimized as much as possible. Users are really not going to see the difference. And because it's a private line and not a public internet line, it can be used to build hybrid applications without compromising privacy or the performance. Now these virtual private cloud, these express routes can be used for taking backups. If assume a backup going through the internet, that would be a nightmare. If we use express route for backups, that's going to be fast. And imagine recovering a data through the internet, from the cloud, through the internet to the on-premises in a time of disaster. That would be the worst nightmare. So these express routes can be used not only to backup but also to recover the data. Because it provides good speed, low latency, recovering the data is going to be a lot sooner. The next product or service we're going to discuss in networking is Azure DNS. Now Azure DNS allows us to host domain name in Azure, and these domain names come with an exceptional performance and availability. Now Azure DNS is used to set up and manage DNS zones and records for our domain name in the cloud. Now this Azure DNS is a service for DNS, just like the name says, and it provides name resolution by using Azure's infrastructure. And by using this domain, we can actually manage the DNS ourselves through the Azure portal with the same credential. Imagine having a DNS provider which does not even belong in our IT. Imagine that environment. We would have a separate portal to manage the DNS environment. Now those are gone. And now we can actually manage the DNS in the very same Azure portal where we use the rest of the other services. And this Azure DNS very much integrates with other DNS service providers. It uses a global network of name servers to provide fast response to DNS queries. And these domains are having additional availability compared to the other domain service providers' availability promises. These are going to have more availability than the rest because most of the servers are maintained by Microsoft, and it helps resolve sooner. It helps resyncing. Let's say a server fails, it kind of helps resyncing with the rest of the servers. So all the Microsoft's environment, all the Microsoft's global network of name servers kind of ensures that our domain names are resolved properly, not only properly, but also are available most of the time. Right, next in the list in networking services is virtual network. I'm sure this is going to be very interesting and I'm sure you're going to like it. So this networking or virtual networking in Azure, it actually allows us to set up our own private cloud in the public cloud. It gives us an isolated and highly secure environment for our application. Let's expand on this. So this Azure Virtual Network helps us to provision Azure virtual machines, and it helps us to securely communicate with other on-premises and internet networks. It also helps in controlling the traffic that flows through or flows in and out of this virtual network to other virtual networks and to the internet. Now this Azure virtual network, sometimes called as VNet, is actually a representation of our own network in the cloud. It's actually a logical isolation of the Azure cloud dedicated to our subscription. All our environments are provisioned in a VNet that is separate from another customer's VNets. That way we have that logical separation there. So this virtual network can also be used to provision VPNs in the cloud, so we can connect the cloud and the on-premises infrastructure and a lot more. especially in an environment where we have hybrid environment. Surely we will be using virtual network because that's going to require a VPN for secure data transfer in and out of the cloud and in and out of the on-premises environment. Alright, so it kind of gives us a boundary for all the resources. So all the traffic between the Azure resources, they kind of logically stay in between or logically stay within the Azure virtual network. And here we can design the network. It's given over to us. You can pick the IP, you can pick the routing, you can pick the subnet. A lot of freedom is given, or I would say a lot of control on how the network is designed. It's not like something that's already cooked and we only get to use it. No, we can actually build the network from the scratch. We can pick the IP address that we like. We can pick which subnet needs to communicate with the other subnet, stuff like that. And like I said, if you are using hybrid environment, you definitely would be requiring a virtual network because it helps connect the on-premises and the cloud in a secure fashion using VPN. The last product we're going to discuss in networking is a load balancer. This load balancer actually provides application a good availability and a good network performance. So how does it work? It actually works by load balancing the traffic to and from the virtual machine and the cloud resources. Not only that, it also load balances between cloud and cross-premises virtual networks. With Azure Load Balancer, we can actually scale our application and create high availability for our services, which means our application will be available most of the time. If any of the server goes dead, the server does not get traffic. What happens if the server gets traffic? User is going to experience downtime. What happens if the server does not get traffic? User won't experience any downtime. The connection is shifted to an healthy service, so the user experiences uptime all the time. So this load balancer supports inbound and outbound scenarios, and it provides low latency. It gives high throughput of the data transfer, and we can actually scale up the flow of the TCP and UDP connections from hundreds to thousands to even millions because we have a load balancer now in between the user and the application. So how does it operate? This load balancer actually receives the traffic and it load balances the traffic to the backend pool of instances connected to it according to the rule and the health probe that we set. That's how it maintains high availability. So what does load balancer help? It helps in creation of high available scalable application in the cloud in minutes. It can be used to automatically scale the environment with the increasing application traffic. And one feature of load balancer is to check the health of the user's application instance, and it removes or it stops sending the request to the unhealthy instance and kind of shifts that connection to the healthy instance. That way a user or a connection does not get stuck with an instance that's not healthy. That's all that you need to know about the networking services. Now let's talk about the storage services or the storage domain in Azure. Now Azure Storage in general is a Microsoft managed service providing cloud storage, which basically is highly available, secure, durable, scalable, and redundant because it's all managed by Azure. We don't get to manage a lot of it. And these Azure storages are a group of storage services. They cater different needs. And the storage products include Azure Blobs, which is actually an object storage. It includes Azure Data Lake. It includes Azure Files. As you see, it includes Azure Queues. It includes Azure Tables and a lot more. But let's start our discussion with Azure Store Simple. Azure Store Simple is an hybrid cloud storage solution that actually lowers the cost of storage to nearly 60% of how much you would be actually spending without using it. So Azure Simple Storage or Store Simple is an integrated storage solution that manages the storage task between on-premises and the cloud storage. What I really like about Azure is that it's built around a hybrid environment in mind. There are a lot of other cloud providers that are there where running an hybrid environment is a big challenge. It has some compatibility. You won't be able to find an hybrid or a on-premises and cloud solution for your need, stuff like that. But with Azure, especially when it comes to storage, a lot of the things that we're going to see, it clearly is designed with hybrid environment in mind. All right, so let's come back and talk about Store Simple. So Store Simple is an very efficient, cost-effective, and a very easily manageable SAN, storage area networking solution in the cloud. I thought I'll throw in this information. The reason why it got Store Simple is really because it uses Store Simple 8000 series devices which are used in Azure Data Center. And this Store Simple or Simple Storage, it comes along with storage tiering to manage the stored data across the various storage media. So the very current data is actually stored in on-premises on solid-state drives, and data that is used less frequently is stored in HDDs or hard disk drives. And the data that requires archived or that needs to be archived, very old data, let's say less frequently used data, candidate for archive, they are actually pushed to the cloud. So you see how this storage tiering automatically happens in Store Simple. And another cool feature of Store Simple is that it enables us to create an on-demand and scheduled backups of data and then store the data locally or in the cloud. And these backups are actually taken in the form of incremental snapshot, which means that they can be created and restored quickly. It's not a complete backup, it's an incremental backup. And these cloud snapshots, they can be critically important when there is a disaster and when there is a disaster recovery scenario, because these snapshots can be called in and they can be put on storage systems and then they become the actual data. So recovering is faster if you have proper scheduled backups or if you have frequent backups. And this Storage Simple, it really helps in easing our backup mechanism, which means it kind of eases our disaster recovery steps or procedures as well. So this Store Simple, it can be used to automate data management, data migration, data movement, data tiering across the enterprise, both in cloud and on premises. It actually improves the compliance and accelerates the disaster recovery for our environment. And if there is one thing that's increasing every new day in our environment, that would be storage. And this Store Simple addresses that need, and we really don't have to pre-plan or think in deep for having a proper storage, because now we have a simple storage available in the cloud, and moreover it's on a pay-as-you-go type. So not much pre-planning on storage is needed. Yes, there would be a need, but not as much as I would without the cloud or without the simple storage. And the next service under storage that we would like to discuss is the Data Lake Store. This Data Lake Store or storage, it's a cost-effective solution for big data analytics in specific. So let's expand this. So this Data Lake Storage is an enterprise-wide repository for big data analytic workload. Now that's the major service that's dependent on this Data Lake Store. And this Data Lake enables us to capture data of any size, of any type, and of any ingestion speed, and it kind of collects them in one single space or in one single place for operational efficiency. And for analytic purpose. Hadoop in Azure is very dependent on this Data Lake Storage. And this Data Lake Store is designed with performance for analytics in mind. So anytime you think of, or anytime you're using analytic in the cloud, or anytime you're using Hadoop in the cloud in Azure, we are definitely using, or we will be to the most part, or the normal procedure or the right storage to pick would be Data Lake Store in Azure. It's designed with security in mind. So anytime we use Azure storage, we can be rest assured that we are using storage from within a data center which has or which was built with security in mind. So this data store also uses Azure Blob Storage behind the scenes for global scale, durability, and for performance. Let's talk about blob storage. Now, blob storage provides large amount of storage and scalability. Now, this blob storage is the object storage solution for Azure Cloud. Let's expand a bit on blob storage. Azure Blob Storage is Microsoft offering for object storage. Now, this blob storage is optimized for storing massive amount of unstructured data, which could be text or binary data, It's designed and it's optimized for rapid reads. If I explain to you on what scenarios we would be using blob storage, that might help you get a good understanding of what blob storage is. So it's designed, as of now it's being used in many IT environments to serve images or documents directly to the browser. It helps in storing files for distributed access. A lot of fetchers can fetch data from Azure Blob Storage. And it's currently helping users stream video and audio. It's currently being used for writing log files. It's currently being used to store data as backup and restore at a later point in times of disaster recovery. It also is used as an archiving storage in a lot of cloud IT environments. It's widely used in storing analytic data, not only storing but also running analytic query against the data stored in it. So that's a wide use case for blob storage. Not only that, in addition to all that we mentioned, it also supports versioning. So anytime somebody updates an data, a new version gets created, which means at any point I can roll back as and when needed. And it provides a lot of flexibility on optimizing the user's storage need. It also supports tiering of the data. So based on need, when I actually explore, I would find a lot of options I can pick from that suits to my unique storage environment or unique storage need. And like I said, it stores unstructured data, and this unstructured data is available for customers through REST-based object storage environment. The next product and storage service would be queue storage. Now, queue storage provides durable queues for large volume cloud services. It's a very simple and a cost-effective, durable messaging queue for large workloads. Let's expand this queue storage for a moment. Now, this queue storage is a service for storing large amount of messages that can be accessed from anywhere in the world through HTTP and HTTPS calls. A single queue or a single queue message can be up to like 24 KB in size, and a single queue can contain millions of such 24 KB in size messages. And how much can it hold? It can hold up to the total capacity of the storage account itself. So that's kind of easy to translate. How much would it hold? And this Azure Queue Storage, it provides an messaging solution between applications and components in the cloud. What does it help? It helps in designing an application for scale. It helps in decoupling the application, so it's not very dependent, or sometimes it's not at all dependent on the other application, because now we have a queue in between which kind of translates or which kind of connects or which kind of decouples both the environment. Now we have a queue in between, both the environment can scale up or scale down independently. The next in the storage service would be file storage. Let's talk about file storage. Now, these Azure files provide secure, simple, and managed cloud file shares. Now, with file share in the cloud, it actually extends the user server's on-premises performance and capacity. And a lot of familiar tools for the cloud file share management can be used along with the file storage that we're talking about. So let's expand a bit on file storage. Now, this Azure Files or Azure File Storage offers a fully managed file shares in the cloud that can be accessed via the SMB protocol, Server Message Block Protocol. Now, this Azure file shares can be mounted concurrently by cloud or in on-premises deployments. A lot of operating systems are compatible with it. Windows are compatible, Linux is compatible, Mac OS is compatible. In addition to all this being able to run on-premises and on the cloud, or being able to access from on-premises and on the cloud, it can also offer cache for caching the data and keeping it locally, so it's immediately available when needed. So that's some additional feature, I would say that's some advanced feature that it offers compared to the other file shares available in the market. Let's talk about table storage. Now, table storage is a NoSQL key value pair storage for quick deployments with large semi-structured data sets. The difference between one important thing to note with table storage is that it has a flexible data schema, and also it's highly available. Let's expand a bit on table storage. So anytime you want to pick a schemaless, a NoSQL type table storage is the one we'll end up picking. It provides an key pair attribute storage with a schemaless design. This table storage is very fast and very cost effective for many of the applications. And for the same amount of data, it's a lot cheaper when you compare it with the traditional SQL data or data storage. So some of the things that we can store in the table storage are, of course, they're going to be flexible data sheets, such as user data for web application, address, books, device information, and other types of metadata for our service requirements. And it can have any number of tables up to the capacity limit of the storage account. Now, this is not possible with SQL. This is only possible with NoSQL, especially with table storage in Azure. Explanation of storage really concluded the length and breadth of the explanation this CEO was giving his IT personnel. But this IT personnel is not done with it yet. He still has a question even after this lengthy discussion. And his question was, well, there are a lot of other cloud providers available. What made you specifically choose Azure? I mean, from the kind of question that he asked, we can say that he is very curious, and he definitely had asked a very thoughtful question. So his CEO went on and started to explain about the other capabilities of Azure, or how it kind of outruns the rest of the cloud providers. So he started, or he again started his discussion, but from a different angle now. So he started to explain what are the capabilities or how Azure is better than the competitors. So he started with explaining the platform as a service capabilities. And I'm going to tell you what the CEO told his IT person. So this platform as a service, or in platform as a service, the infrastructure management is completely taken care by Microsoft, allowing users to focus completely on the innovation. No more infrastructure management responsibilities. Go and focus on innovation. That's a fancy way of saying it. When we buy platform as a service, that's what we get. We can contribute our time on innovation and not just maintaining the infrastructure. And Azure especially is .NET friendly. Azure supports the .NET programming language, and it has, or it is built or designed, or it is optimized to work with old and new applications deployed using .NET programming framework. So if your application is .NET, most of the time you would end up picking Azure. I mean, if you try to compare, most of the time you would end up picking Azure as your cloud service provider. And the security offerings that Azure offers is it's designed based on the security development lifecycle, which is an industry-leading assurance process. When we buy services from Azure, it assures that the environment is designed based on security development lifecycle. And like I mentioned many times in the past, and I would like to mention it again, Azure has well thought about the hybrid environments, which a lot of other cloud providers have failed. So it's very easy to set up an hybrid environment, to migrate the data or not to migrate the data and still run a hybrid environment. They work seamlessly with Azure, because Azure provides seamless connection across on-premises data centers and the public cloud. It also has a very gentle learning curve. If you look at the documentation, it's picture rich, and the documentations are neat and clear. It would encourage you to learn more. It would encourage you to think and imagine and try easily get a grasp of how services work. So it has a very gentle learning curve. Azure allows the utilization of technologies that several businesses have used for years. So there is a big history behind it. It has a very gentle learning curve. The certifications, the documentations, the stage-by-stage certification levels, it's all very gentle learning curve, which is generally missing in other cloud service providers. Now, this would really impress the CTOs or people working in finance and budgeting. If an organization is already using Microsoft software, they can definitely go and avail or be bold and ask for a discount that can reduce the overall Azure spending. In other words, overall pricing of the Azure. So that's what helped, or they are the information that helped the CEO pick Azure as his cloud service provider. And then the CEO goes on and talks about the different companies that are currently using Azure, and they are definitely using Azure for a reason, like Pixar, Boeing, Samsung, EasyJet, Xerox, BMW, 3M. They are major multinational, multi-billion companies. They rely, run, operate their IT in Azure. And this CEO has a thought that his IT person is still not very convinced unless and until he shows him a visual of how easy things are in Azure. So he goes on and explains about a practical application of Azure, which is what exactly I'm going to show you as well. All right, a quick project on building an Azure app using or building a .NET application in Azure Web App and making it connect to an SQL database will solidify all the knowledge that we have gained so far. So this is what we're going to do. I have an Azure account open, as you see, logged in, and everything is fresh here. Let me go to resource group. There's nothing in there. It's kind of fresh. All right, I'm logged in, and this is what we're going to do. So we're going to create an application like this, which is nothing but an to-do application, a to-do list application, which is going to run from the web app, get information from us, and save it in the database that's connected to it. So you can already see it's a two-tier application, web and DB. All right. So let me go back to my Azure account. The first thing is to create an resource group. Let's give it a meaningful name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn. All right. And it's going to be a free trial. And the location, pick one that's nearest to you, or wherever you want to launch your application. Now for this use case, I'm going to pick Central US and create. It's going to take a while to get created. There you go. It's created. It's called Azure Simplilearn. Now what do we need? We need an web app and a separate SQL database. Let's first get our web app running. So go to App Services and then click on Add. It's not the web app plus SQL that we want. We want web app alone for this example. So let's create an web app. Give it a quick name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn. The subscription is free trial, and I'm going to use my existing resource group, a resource group that we created some time back. It's going to run out of Windows, and we're going to publish the code. All set, we can create it. All right, while this is running, let me create my database. All right, SQL database, create a database. Give it a name. Let's call it Azure Simplilearn DB. Put it in our existing resource group that we created. It's going to be a blank database, all right? And it's going to require some settings like the name of the server and the admin login, the password that goes along, and in which location this is going to be created. The server name is going to be Azure Simplilearn DB. That's the server name. And the admin login can be, what can be the admin login name? Let's see. So let's call it Simplilearn. That's my admin login name. And let me pick a password. Click on create. So what have we done so far? We have created an web app, and we have created a database in the resource group that we have created. So if I go to resource group, it's going to take some time before things show up. So if I go to my resource group, I only have one resource group as of now, Azure Simplilearn, and there I have a bunch of resources being created. It's still being created. All right. In the meantime, I have my application right here that's running out of or that's in Visual Studio as of now, right? So once the infrastructure is set and ready in the Azure console, we're going to go back to Visual Studio, feed these inputs in the Visual Studio, so the code knows what the database is, the credentials to log into the database, stuff like that. So we're going to feed those information in Visual Studio. By that, we're actually feeding it into the application, and then we're going to run it from there. Deploying this application takes quite a while. We really got to be patient. Right, now we have all the resources that we need for the application to run. Here's my database, and here's my app service. There's one more thing we need to do, that is create an firewall exception rule. So one more thing needed is to create an firewall exception rule, right? So the application is going to run from my local desktop, and it's going to connect to the database, right? So let's add an exception rule by simply adding the client IP. It's going to pick my IP, the IP of the laptop I'm using as of now, and it's going to create an exception to access the database. So that's done. Now we can go back to our Visual Studio. I already have a couple of apps running, or a couple of configurations pushed from Visual Studio. I'm going to clean that up. If you're doing it for the first time, you may not need to do this. Alright, so let's start from the scratch. This is very similar to how you would be doing in your environment. Alright, so we're going to select an existing Azure app service. Now before that, I have logged in. As you can see, I have logged in with my credentials. So it's going to pull few things automatically from my Azure account. So in this case, I'm going to use an existing Azure app. So select existing and then click on publish. Alright, if you recall, these are the very same resources that we created a while back. Right, we have clicked on save, and it's running, kind of validating the code, and it's going to come up with an URL. Now initially the URL is not going to work because we haven't mapped the application to the database. So that would be the next thing. Alright, so the app has been published and it's running from my web app as of now. It's going to throw an error. Like you see, it's throwing an error. That's because we haven't mapped the app and the DB together. So let's do that. Alright, let's do that. So let's go to Server Explorer. This is where we're going to see our databases that we have created. Now let's quickly verify that. Go back to the resource group, right? Appropriate resource group, which is right here. And here I have my database, Azure Simplilearn database. Right, it has some issues connecting to my database. Give me a quick moment. Let's fix it. Alright, so we'll have to map the database into this application. Alright, so let's go to the Solution Explorer, click on Publish, and a page like this gets shown, and from here we can go to Configure. Here is our web app, alright, with all its credentials. Let's validate the connection, number 1. All right, and then click on next. This is my DB connection string, right, which the app is going to use to connect to my DB. Now, if you recall, our DB was Azure Simplilearn DB, and that's not being shown here. So let's fix that. Right, so let's fix that. Click on configure, and here let's put our DB servers URL. Now before that, let's change this to SQL Server. All right, and then in here put the DB's URL. So go back to Azure. Here is my DB or server's name. Put that here. Right, the username to connect to the server, that's right here. Put that in, and the password to connect to the server, let's put that in. Alright, it's trying to connect to our Azure portal or the Azure infrastructure, and here is my database. If you recall, it's Azure SLDB, that's the name of the database. Let's test the connection. Connection is good. Click on OK. So now it's showing up correctly, Azure Simplilearn DB. That's the name of the database that we created. Now it's configured. All right, let's modify the data connections. Right, let's map it to the appropriate database again. All right, so our name of the database is Azure Simplilearn DB, and then it's going to be SQL Server. That's the data source. The username is Simplilearn, and the password is what we have given in the beginning. All right, let's validate the connection. It's good. Click OK. Now we're all set and ready to publish our application again. Now the application knows how to connect to the database. We have educated it with the correct connection strings, the DNS name, the username, and the password for the application to connect to the database. So Visual Studio is building this project, and once it is up and running, we'll be prompted with an URL to connect, and anytime we put or we give inputs to the URL, that's going to receive the input and save it in the database. Alright, so here is my to-do list app, and I can start creating to-do list for myself. Alright, so I have the items already listed. I can create an entry, and these entries get stored in the database. I can create another entry, take the dog for a walk, that's gonna get stored. I can create another entry, book tickets for a scientific exhibition, and that's going to receive and put that in the database. And that concludes our session. So through this session we saw how I can use Azure Services to create a web app and connect that to the DB instance, and how those two services which are decoupled by default, which are separate by default, how I can use the connection strings to make connection between the app server and the database and be able to create an working app.
You can also check out a Azure Cloud Architect course that will help you master the Azure infrastructure by understanding Azure Cloud Architect technology solutions, implementing workloads and security in Azure, creating and deploying apps in Azure, and securing data in Azure. Link is in the description. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for more amazing and interesting content.
In this video, we'll go through Azure Machine Learning in detail, including its capabilities, the Azure ecosystem that supports machine learning, and the various ways we train and build models, starting with what is Azure Machine Learning, followed by who is machine learning for. Then we will look into its infrastructure, readiness, and security. Then we will dive into machine learning project workflow. Following that, we will understand MLOps, DevOps for machine learning. And at last, we will explore the Azure Machine Learning Studio. After that, we will have a demo too. So without doing any further delay, let's start with the video. So what is Azure Machine Learning? Azure Machine Learning is a cloud solution that helps you speed up and manage your machine learning projects. It can be used by machine learning specialists, data scientists, and engineers in their daily workflows. Models are trained and deployed, and MLOps are managed. You can use an open source platform like PyTorch, TensorFlow, or scikit-learn to build a model, or use one created in Azure Machine Learning. Model monitoring, retraining, and redeployment are all made easier using these tools. But this brings us to a question that who exactly machine learning is for? So individuals and teams deploying MLOps inside their company can use Azure Machine Learning to move machine learning models into production in a safe and auditable environment. Data scientists and machine learning experts will find tools to help them speed up and automate their daily tasks. Tools for embedding models into applications or services will be available to application developers. Platform developers will find a strong set of tools for constructing advanced ML technology underpinned by resilient Azure Resource Manager APIs. Now that we know the basics of Azure ML, let's have a look at its infrastructure readiness and security. So Azure Machine Learning is an Azure cloud platform that adds security to machine learning projects. So integrations for security include the following: network security groups in Azure Virtual Networks. Azure Key Vault is a vault where you may store security secrets like storage account access details, and set up an Azure Container Registry behind a VNet. So now let's dive down deep and explore its project workflow. Models are usually created as a part of project with a specific goal and objective. Multiple people are usually involved in these projects. Iterative development is used while experimenting with data, algorithms, and models. Now coming to the project life cycle, while the project lifespan will differ depending on the project, it will typically look like this. A workspace organizes a project and facilitates collaboration among multiple users who are all working toward the same goal. Users in a workspace may easily share the result of their experiments through the Studio user interface, or they can use versioned assets for jobs like environments and storage references. So users' work can be automated in a machine learning pipeline and activated on a timetable or HTTPs request when a project is ready for operation. Therefore, models can be deployed to the managed inferencing solution in real time or batch, abstracting away the infrastructure management that is traditionally necessary for model deployment. Now let's proceed further and understand the concept of MLOps, that is DevOps for machine learning. MLOps or DevOps for machine learning is a process for generating models for production use. If not reproducible, the lifetime of a model from training to deployment must be auditable. MLOPs or machine learning operations is based on DevOps principles and methods to improve workflow efficiency. Continuous integration, delivery, and deployment, for example. These ideas are applied to the machine learning process by MLOPs with the purpose of experimentation and model deployment can be done more quickly, and quality assurance and end-to-end lineage tracking are more efficient ways to put models into production. Now, let's explore what is Azure ML Studio. So, Azure Machine Learning Studio is an online service that includes low-code and no-code alternatives for project development and asset management in Azure Machine Learning. Basically, it is a workspace where you can create, build, train the machine learning models. For an inclusive data science platform, the studio integrates no-code and no-code-first experience. So now that we have covered all the important concepts of Azure Machine Learning, let's have a demo for a better understanding of how machine learning is used in Azure. So let's start with a demo. First, you need to browse the link studio.azureml.net, and here you need to log in with your Azure account. So once you have logged in, you will be led to a new window. This is the new window. Here you can see a few options. So let's start and see one by one what these options are. So the first one is projects. Basically, this gives you a list of all the experiments that you have already worked on. So here you can see we haven't worked on any experiment yet. Then comes experiment. Experiments are all the programs and codes that you have worked on to create it or deploy a model that you have just created for an experiment. So as I said, we haven't created any experiment yet, so the list is null over here. When you click on samples, you can see a few sample experiments provided to you by Azure portal by default. And following that, we have web services. So we all know, since Azure is a cloud computing platform, so all the data gathered from our experiments needs to be uploaded to the cloud. So web services gives you a list of all the experiments that you have in the cloud, so you can access them from anywhere. So when you create an experiment and work on it, when you add it to the cloud, that data is stored here. So then comes data sets. It gives you all the data sets you have in your Azure portal. When you click on the samples option, again you can see all the data sets provided to you by default in your Azure portal. Then comes train models. So while working on an experiment, you will come across a point where you need to train your model. So basically, this gives you a list of all the models that you have trained in your experiments or Azure programs. And in the last comes settings. Any changes that you want to make to your workspace is done under settings. Here you can see this is your workspace name, workspace description, which is by default, and all the details is provided here only. So whatever changes you want to make to your workspace, you will be doing this over here. So now let's start with a demo. So down below you can see the add or new option here. So click on it, and then you can see there are a few templates provided to you by Azure itself. So we'll click on blank experiment. Once you click on the blank experiments, you'll be guided to a new experiment window. So this is the new window, and this window is divided into three parts. These are the components where you will plan your model. This is the canvas to design your model, and then the properties of the model. In the components section, you can see samples already present there. So you can select any one of them according to your requirement. So here, when I'm typing samples, I'll work on airport codes datasets. So I just need to drag this option over here. But before starting with our experiment. Let's change the name. So here I'm changing it to airport codes demo model. So now you can see the name of the experiment is changed. Now when you click on it and select visualize, just a second, you can see the number of rows and columns provided to it, the data which is required for its dataset to be created and for its model to be created. So the 4 columns are airport ID, city, state and name. Now we will move towards the part where we define the field we need to make our predictions for. So type columns in the search bar. Under manipulation section, you can see there are multiple options provided to you. So here we will select columns and data sets, as we are working on data sets. Now connect your data set with this option. So you can see a red alert over here. So when you click on it, you can see it is asking for values in your data set. So to add values, click on the launch column selector under properties section. So once you click on it, here you need to select all the options needed for your required values. So for my experiment model, I need all these data sets. So I'll add all of these and then click on the save option. So let me just add these. So now I have saved all the values I need in my data set. So now you can see the alert is gone. So now we have the data sets that we want to work on. So let's look for an appropriate algorithm for it. So while looking into the classification algorithm, we know that so here you can see it under classification model, we have these options. So we know that our target value is divided into 2 classifications. So the algorithm we will be using is a 2-class. So we will be using 2-class booster decision tree because it calculates the accuracy for every node, and once the calculated accuracy is more than our required accuracy, then only it moves to the next node. So basically this gives you a prediction value close to the accurate value of the model. So we will just drag this option over here. So now the next step we have is to train our model. So we just need to type train over here and select train model option. So just drag it to the canvas. Now connect the 2 booster decision tree to the train model. Now you can again see the red alert for required data, as it doesn't have any data to work on. So our next step is to split the data. So we'll type split and drag the split data option on our canvas. As you can see, this is also saying it needs an input port data set. So we'll connect our data set with it so that it is provided with the data. So when you click on it, you can see it is asking for a split percentage. So you split the data into training and testing, where 80% goes to training and 20% to testing. So we will mention 0.08 over here, and so now we will just connect the 80% data to the train model. As we said, the 80% goes for training. But you can still see the alert in the train model because it is not aware of the column it needs to train on. So we will click on launch column selector. Now you just need to select all the columns you need to work on. So I'm selecting the airport ID number. Now you can see once I save it that the alert is gone. Now our next step is to find the score of our model. So let's type score in our search bar and drag the score model over here. Let me just reduce the size of the canvas. Yeah. So we will just connect our train model to the score model. So again you will see the red alert as it doesn't know the data it needs to test on. So for that we will connect the remaining testing data in the split data option to the score model. Now you can see the alert option is gone. Now coming to the final step, that is evaluation of the model. So let's type evaluation. And here you can see the evaluate model option. We just need to drag it to the canvas. Yeah. So let's connect it with our score model. Now your model for the airport code dataset is complete. So this is the whole model. Now you need to save the model and then click on run option. So here I've saved it and you can see it's running. You can see the model running and going through every node. As you can see the green mark as it's verifying through every node. So once it's done, click on evaluate model and then click on visualize. Now you can see the accuracy is 98. Here you can see the accuracy is 98, which is almost the prediction value. Now you can see the positive and negative labels as well. So this whole data is known as confusion matrix. Now for the values close to the positive label, it gives me the number of true predictions. That the number of data I'll provide, it shows that 72 predictions will be right and 1 will be wrong. Now let's go back and run this model over the web. So by clicking on setup web service, we will click on predictive web service. Now we will just connect web service input to the score model. so that once the program is uploaded to the cloud, it is directly connected to the score model and gives us the output. So now you need to save this and run. This will execute the entire model. Now all we are left with is deploying the model. Now we just need to click on deploy web service. So then you will see you will be taken to a new window. Here you can see the response page where it's showing the test option. You need to click on it. So here you can see a new window has popped up. So you just need to mention the details. Like for city I am mentioning Bangalore. For state I am mentioning Karnataka. And name of the airport is Kempagoda International Airport. And I just need to save this data. So now down below you can see it gives me predictive values, and this is the airport ID for my mentioned details. So the accuracy of this ID will be 0.98, which is 98%, which is almost accurate to the 100%. So this was our experiment, and this is how we can use ML in Azure.
You can also check out a Azure Cloud Architect course that will help you master the Azure infrastructure by understanding Azure Cloud Architect technology solutions, implementing workloads and security in Azure, creating and deploying apps in Azure, and securing data in Azure. Link is in the description. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for more amazing and interesting content.
What is Azure Active Directory? Now, here we are in a situation where we have two colleagues having a conversation with each other. So one of them complains that he is finding a hard time managing multiple user logins at the same time. His friend suggests that he has a solution, that the company start using Azure Active Directory. He says that with Azure AD, they'll be able to handle multiple user logins without any issue. So just like the question in all our minds, the friend asks, how is Azure Active Directory going to help us? So to help you understand, let's think about a scenario. Now you're an employee working for an organization and you want to use a particular service, in this case SQL database. So you're assigned a set of username and password. Then you want to use another service, a machine learning service. Again, you're assigned a different username and password. And likewise for any number of services that you want to use. So for every service that you're going to choose, you need to be assigned a new username and password. But this becomes a huge issue for the administrator as they have to handle a large number of username and passwords. Now, if you think about a large organization where there's more than 1,000 people working, you can understand how much of a hassle it's going to be for the administrator. At the same time, it's also a really difficult thing for you to remember that many numbers of username and passwords. It's difficult on the user as well. And that's where Azure Active Directory helps. Now, here's a scenario where we're applying Azure Active Directory. Now you're an employee, you want to use a particular service, and you're assigned a single username and password. And with this username and password, you can access all the services that you want. So there's only one set of username and passwords that you need to remember. You can use any of the services that you want as long as the administrator has given you access to it. So what is Azure Active Directory? Now Azure Active Directory is a service that falls under the identity domain. It allows multiple users and is a cloud-based directory and identity management service. Now, here's an ideal scenario. You're joining an office newly, the admin helps you sign up to whatever services you want, and you can access these services anywhere over the cloud. So now let's talk about something different, Windows AD and Azure AD. Now, Windows AD was the previous version of Azure AD. So now we'll talk about why we needed to change from Windows Active Directory to Azure Active Directory. So what is Windows Active Directory? Now, it's an OS directory service which allows you to work with multiple systems, multiple network resources in a unified manner. Now, the biggest draw when it came to Windows AD was that it had many layers. Now, different layers that did different bits of work. So now let's talk about each of these layers. The first layer is ADDS, or the Windows Active Directory Domain Services. Now, each layer, as I said before, has a different role to perform. ADDS allows admin to manage information relating to user logins and other details like when they signed up, how much they're using, and things like that. The next layer is ADLS, or the Azure Data Lake Storage Services. This layer is for allowing you to store any amounts of data of any type or size. Then you have the ADFS, or the Active Directory Federation Services, where you're given a single option for sign up with which you get access to all systems and applications. Then we have the fourth layer, the ADCS, or the Active Directory and Certification Services. This enables administrators to customize services and then be able to manage and issue public certificates. And the final layer is ADRMS, or the Active Directory Rights Management Service, and this is used for data protection. Now, here's where Azure Active Directory changed the whole game. This means that there's a large number of layers that administrators need to take care of. Now, how about there was a solution for this? And Azure AD is that solution. Azure Active Directory integrates all these 5 layers into 2. And these are the Windows Azure Active Directory, or the WAAD, where it combines all the problems when it comes to identification management, which is almost all 5 layers taken into one. And the Windows Azure Access Control Service enables the federation or the division of all these services of an organization. And by division, I mean assigning each of these services to these users. So that is taken care of by the Windows Azure Access Control Service. Hence, Azure Active Directory is able to simplify a lot of the problems that Windows Azure Active Directory had. For example, the application Office 365 uses Azure Active Directory to manage user identities. Here's how. Now, you're an employee who wants to access one of the Office 365 services, which could be Excel, PowerPoint, Microsoft Word, or something like that. So you go talk to the administrator and he gives you access to these services with the help of a single username and password. Now, as long as you have this username and password and the administrator has given you access to it, you can use any of these services. So who's the service audience? Who is using the Active Directory service? Now, there are 3 types of audience when it comes to Azure Active Directory. The first one is IT administrator, the second one application developers, and online customers. So the IT administrators, their main emphasis is to ensure that the sign-in takes place. They take care of all the sign-in procedures. They also solve issues when it comes to authentication. For example, to authenticate a particular user, the problem is solved by the IT administrators. Then you have application developers who use these services to develop applications. And with this, they have an easier time developing applications as all these resources are easily available. You have online customers who make use of services like Office 365 and other CRM services and have all their demands catered immediately. So now let's have a look at how we can use Azure Active Directory to provide access to a particular individual. So if you log into the Azure account, this is what you see, or you go into Active Directory, a list of all the people who are using or have been given permission to use resources from Azure. Okay, now we're going to create a profile. We need to set up his name, which is John, and second name, Jacob. Now for properties, we need to determine the source of authority, which is already the Active Directory, so that's fine. We can select a group or add them to a particular group if we feel like it. Now, if we add them to a particular group, it means that they have access to all the resources that everyone in the group has access to earlier. So we'll do that later. We'll select their directory role, or we can select it here if we need to. It could be user, administrator, or a limited administrator. And now we'll set up a password. So we already got one and we'll create. And that's it. We have created a user. Now we'll go to their profile. So what we can see here is that you have access to every bit of detail related to this account. So you have the name, your first name, the username, the object ID, job info, everything. You can even have other details like how often they've signed in, when did they sign up. You can check their password, you can reset the password, delete their account, and so much more. Now we can even add a directory role, which we saw earlier. And now let's add this person to the admin group. So, he gets access to all the services that those people have access to. And select. That's it. We've added them. Now the other things that you can see here, there are applications, licenses, devices. These are all restrictions you can add or remove, like which device you can use the system through or with and stuff like that. So that's it. And with that, we've created a user and given him access to certain services. Now, why should you be interested in Data Factory? Now let's consider a scenario. So here we have two colleagues having a conversation with each other, and they say that the data that they're generating from their applications or products is increasing exponentially. Now, considering that this data is coming from a number of different products, it'll be a bit of a task to analyze and store all of this data. So he wonders how they're going to manage that. His friend suggests that they use Azure's Data Factory. Now, what does Azure's Data Factory actually do? First, it stores data with the help of the data lake storage. Now, any kind of data can be stored in the data lake storage. Then you can analyze the data, you can transform the data with the help of pipelines, and you can publish the organized data. You can visualize the data with third-party applications like Apache Spark or Hadoop as well. Now, what exactly is Data Factory? So now let's have a look at what exactly is Data Factory. Now, Data Factory falls under the identity domain of services in the Azure catalog and is a cloud-based integration service. Basically, what it does is it works on your data, it stores your data, it orchestrates and automates the movement or transformation of data. It works heavily on the data that you store. Now, let's see how it actually works or how the flow of its processes are. Firstly, we have the input data set, which is nothing but the data that you have within your data store, the one that you need processed. Then you pass this data through a pipeline. Now, what does a pipeline do? A pipeline basically performs an operation on the data that transforms it, which could be anything from just data movement or some data transformation. Now, data transformation is possible with the help of USQL, some stored procedures, or Hive. Now, after this is done, you get an output dataset. Now, this output dataset will contain data that is in a structured form because it's already been transformed and made structured in the pipeline stage. Then it is given into linked services like Azure Data Lake, Block Storage, or SQL. Now, what it does is these store information that is very important when it comes to connecting to an external source. Now, this is, if you wanted an example, how in an SQL server you need to mention the source and destination of your data. Now, for example, consider an SQL server. So you need a connection string so that you can connect to an external device. You need to mention the source and the destination of your data. This is how the link services work. And finally, you need a gateway. Now, a gateway basically connects your on-premises data to the cloud. So you do need a client installed on your on-premises system so that you can connect to the Azure cloud. And finally, you have the cloud. Here what happens is your data can be analyzed or visualized with a number of different analytical softwares like Apache Spark, R, Hadoop, and so on. So all this time I've been mentioning that data lake is a very important part when it comes to Azure Data Factory's proper functioning. So now let's talk about what exactly is data lake. Now, data lake is a data storage or a file system which is highly scalable and distributed. It is located in the cloud and works with multiple analytics frameworks, which is external frameworks like Hadoop, Apache, and so on. So now let's have a look at it. So first you have your output data set, which is data from the mobile, video, web, social media, so much more. It is sent into the Azure Data Lake store, and then it is provided to external frameworks like R, Apache, and Spark so that they can be worked on. Now, there are two main concepts when it comes to data lake storage. So one of them is storage and the other one is analytics. Now, storage is of unlimited size. It can be petabytes, terabytes, gigabytes, and so much more. It stores a wide variety of data. It could be unstructured or structured data, and it can store really large files. And another concept when it comes to data lake is analytics. Now, how it works. Now, here are two examples of how analytics works when it comes to data lake. Now, when it comes to analytics, you can monitor and diagnose real-time data. For example, data that you're getting from vehicles or buildings. These can be used to optimize how they work, respond to certain events, or generate alerts in case something goes wrong. Then you can also identify fraudulent transactions on your credit card, or you can identify the geographical position of your card. Perhaps monitor how many transactions have been taking place on that card, and so on. So now we're going to have a look at how we can use the Azure Data Factory to move data from an SQL database to a blob storage on the cloud. So here's what we're going to do. So first off, to make a database, what you're going to need is software known as SSMS. So you can find it on Google. It's called, you just need to Google it, SSMS. The first link you can take here, and there you have it. So you just need to click here and download the file. So I've already downloaded the file. So basically this is used to create a database which we'll be transferring to the blob storage. So this will take about, depending on your computer speed, pretty long or little to no time. I've already downloaded it. The process is very simple. Just directly go on saying yes, yes. And finally, once the installation is done, here's what we're going to do. We should go into the dashboard of Microsoft Azure. We need to create a data warehouse. So we'll go into all resources, create resource, go to database and select SQL data warehouse. There we have it. Now it's very important that you remember the names of the service of everything that you're going to write here, because each of these become very important later on. So I've already set up a possible set of names. YouTube, it's free trial. The resource is already created. A blank database. The server, we need to create a new one. So we'll name it as YouTube server. YouTube admin as the server admin login. The password as alright, the location does not matter. Okay, that's done. Now here the server is done, and here we need to change how much you want the lowest, how much computation you want, how much the workload, how important your workload is. So we'll put it at the lowest since we don't require much. We'll apply. The rest is normal and create. So now we're creating an SQL data warehouse. So we'll wait. So now the deployment is done. So we'll go to the notification and go to the resource. Here, now this is done. So we'll go to the SSMS, which I've already opened here, and then go here and copy this. Paste it here. SQL authentication, login, which details we have already stored here, which is admin, YouTube admin, and the password, which is also given there. Right. Go to options. We go to the database name, which is YouTube. Everything else is there. You need to change it to TCP/IP and connect. We sign in. We'll add the password. Again, we're going to sign in now. Right. So now that that's completed, you can see that this is what will pop up. So this is the name of the server we've given, as you saw earlier. You go to databases, and here you have the YouTube database that we just created. Right click this and add a new query. I already have a code for this program. It's a very simple program, so copying and pasting this. Now, if you need the code for this program, let us know in the comments below. It's very simple. What we're doing is creating a table called demo tab with first name Clark Kent and last name is Bruce Wayne, and the table that's created will have these two rows. So now we're going to execute this. There you have it. Two rows have been affected. So now let's have a look at our table. Execute this line, and there you go. The table's here. So now that this is done, we're going back into Azure. And we need to create a storage account. So that's where the blob storage is going to happen. So we're going to storage accounts and click on add. So here it's a free trial. The resource group is YouTube. Storage account name is Simply Store. That's all. Okay. Here's performance is standard. General purpose you can do locally, since we don't need it to be very reliable, at least for this one. Advanced is fine. View and create. That's done, and we create. Now we'll wait for the deployment to finish. And that's it. The deployment is done. So we'll go to the resource and go to blobs. So this is where the storage is happening. We need to create a blob. Simply blob, which does not exist. And okay. It has been created. Now for the next bit, we need to create the data factory now. So we go to all services, search for Data Factory. We press add. So here we'll free trial, use existing, which we have YouTube, East US, and create. So now we've created a new data factory. Now we'll wait while it's being deployed. So now it's created. So we'll go here, and here we click on copy data, and this opens up. We'll name it. Now description, run once now. Once now, okay. Right, so we press next. So we need to connect to a data source. So what you need to do is select a secure Azure SQL data warehouse. So one second, go to previous. Here we select Azure SQL data warehouse. Go here, search for source, Azure subscription, free trial, here YouTube server, and the database is YouTube. You also need to provide your username and password. I've saved it here, YouTube admin. Right. Okay, now we can select the table, which is demo tab. Next. And now for our destination. So where are we going to connect this to? We're going to Azure Blob Storage. Next. Destination. Azure subscription free trial. And Simply Store. Now we need to name our storage path. Next. All of this can be passed on. So here's what we're doing. We're copying whatever is inside this to the Azure Blob Storage. That's what's happening right now. All of that is set, and next. It's validating, and we'll wait now. It's registering connections, creating database, and in the end it's creating a pipeline. So you can monitor the pipeline from here if you feel like it. Now, here's what we're going to find. So here's a visual representation of what's happening. It's being copied into the blob storage. Now let's have a look if it's actually worked out. We go to our database. We'll go into storage accounts, simply store, go to blobs. We've created a new one, and there you have it. So based on the container that you've named there, it's created a new one here. So actually I had earlier created the name called simply blob, but as you can see here, as long as you name a container, it will create a folder inside which you will find your particular thing that you copied. And that's it, you've copied data. Similarly, you can do a number of multiple operations on this container, on the pipeline you just created with the data factory.
You can also check out a Azure Cloud Architect course that will help you master the Azure infrastructure by understanding Azure Cloud Architect technology solutions, implementing workloads and security in Azure, creating and deploying apps in Azure, and securing data in Azure. Link is in the description. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for more amazing and interesting content.
Let's now move on to Azure Virtual Machine. Before that, let's consider a scenario. Rachel had to host 10 virtual machines at once for a project. There was an issue when her computer RAM was not compatible with the instances. The computer RAM was only 8 GB and the instances that required were 10 GB. Then she says, I wish there is a service that's cost effective and also provides extra RAM memory. One of her colleagues heard this and he comes up with an idea. He says, can we use Azure Virtual Machine? It has a pay-as-you-go pricing and has disks for storage. You can pay for what you use and create any number of instances with high storage capacity. Also, if any technical difficulty arises, you can easily retrieve the files through the backup server. So now she's happy and she wants to know more about Azure Virtual Machine. Azure Virtual Machine is one of the wide range of services that Azure offers to create your instance. A virtual machine is a computer file typically called an image which behaves like an actual computer. It runs in a window, giving the user the same experience on a virtual machine as they have on the host operating system itself. Multiple virtual machines can run simultaneously on the same physical computer. Each virtual machine provides its own hardware like CPUs, memories, and other devices. Azure Virtual Machine offers a high range of flexibility and it maintains the physical hardware that runs on it. Let me explain some of the benefits of Azure Virtual Machine. First, we have easy development and test. Azure Virtual Machine has a quick and easy way to configure the computer that is required to code and test an application. Next, agility and scale. Azure Virtual Machine is agile and the ability to clone and spin up multiple instances of the same virtual machine allows us to scale services and applications rapidly, efficiently, and very cost effectively. Azure Virtual Machine provides enhanced performance. Demands for applications can fluctuate, so you pay for the virtual machines you need and shut down the unnecessary ones to save the cost. Azure Virtual Machines provide extended data center and can be easily connected to an organization's network. It is easy to set up your redundant infrastructure on Azure, and Azure provides a full disaster recovery site at a fraction of the cost. Furthermore, let me explain Azure Virtual Machine components in details. Virtual Machine comes under the compute domain of Azure. It also offers various services like availability sets, snapshots, disks, images, and many other services like hosts. Virtual Machine can be clubbed with other services like disks, images, availability sets, hosts, and many more. So, the first component and the most important component is the operating system. The operating system creates connections to the remote desktop session host. There are many operating systems available like Ubuntu, Red Hat, Linux, Windows Server, CentOS. You can also set the operating disk size so that the memory is not wasted. The next component is disks. Azure Virtual Machines use attached virtual hard disks for storage. There are two types of virtual hard disks. First is an image. It is a template for creation of new Azure Virtual Machine. Then we have disks. It is a bootable virtual hard disk. All durable disks are backed up by page blobs in Azure Storage. Therefore, the disks inherit the benefits of blob storage, high availability, durability, and many more. The disks are mounted as drives on the VM. The next component is virtual network. Many components operate the virtual machines in a scalable and secure manner. Virtual networks could include equipment such as separate network spaces for internet-facing and backend servers, load balancers, firewalls, and more. Many of these components are deployed into an Azure Virtual Network. Azure Virtual Network provides many features such as subnet, IP address, load balancer, and network security group. Another important component of Azure Virtual Machine is availability sets. If in case there's a slight chance there could be a failure in physical servers, then these come into picture. So in case of such failure, the Azure platform will migrate the failed virtual machine to a healthy host to reconstitute the VM. It is highly recommended to deploy at least 2 instances of the virtual machine, and virtual machines placed on an availability set perform identical set of functionalities. Now that we know what Azure Virtual Machine is, let's look into the demo. In this demo, first we are going to create a virtual machine, connect it, and then create a web server and modify the web server, and finally launch the web application. So let's go ahead into the demo now. So the first step is to log into Microsoft Azure with your credentials. Now let's click on virtual machines and create a new one. So I can put add, and you can use the subscription you want, either pay-as-you-go pricing or free tier. Resource group will create a new one, that is payroll 1. Okay. Virtual machine we can create, I'm going to use VM web 001, and then region I'll be using East US. Then image I'll be using Windows Server R2 data center. Size I'll be using B1MS. Select username root admin, and then password of your choice. And then I'm going to allow selected ports and choose RDP 3389, and next. So OS this step, I'll be using standard HDD. And then, yeah, next. So I can see a default virtual network and a default subnet and public IP as well as default. Then next. You can allow for auto shutdown, but again, it's entirely your choice. I'm going to select an extension to install, and I'm going to install Microsoft Anti-Malware. Create, okay. I'm going to create a few tags now. Let's go ahead with it. So I've created 5 tags. Now review plus create. Okay, so everything seems good. Let's create now. So the deployment is going to take a few minutes. Let's wait for it. Okay, so that's done. Now let's go to virtual machine and see our virtual machine. Okay, so it's been deployed. Now let's get into the virtual machine and copy the IP address. Then hit Windows plus R and open MSTSE and paste the IP address and connect. Let's use a different account. You have to use the administrator account that we created before with the same password. Click OK. Now the remote desktop session host opens. The next step is to click on Server Manager and add rules and features. Click on Next. Select role-based or feature-based installation and click on Next. Then select the virtual machine you've created and Next. And then we are going to select Web Server IIS. Next. Next. Okay, so it's already installed on my computer, but you have to install this. Then let's close this and open Internet Explorer. Let's type in HTTP localhost. Yeah, so now we can see the default browser opening. Let's minimize this and let's try it here. Here you have to just put the IP address. I think there's an issue. Okay, so let's add an inbound port. Networking, select networking and add inbound port. Let's name it port 80 and add. Okay, so it's added. Now let's go and refresh it. Now we can see the default web browser opening. So the next step is to modify the web browser. Let's go ahead with that. Go back to your remote session host. Let's go to File Explorer. So certain folders are created in the C drive. Let's open that. It would be under inetpub. So this is where the default browser is coming from. Now let's make a new text document. Open that and put Hello, welcome to this demo by Simplilearn. Save it, close it. Let's rename this as index.html. So this is a text document, so we need to change that. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, that's done. Now let's go back to our Internet Explorer and hit F5. Let's refresh this. Let's try now. Okay, so let's so it's done. Now let's go back to the previous browser and try. Let's refresh. Yeah, that's done.
First of all, let's look into why is Azure Virtual Network important. So why Azure Virtual Network is required? So somewhere far away at an office, a company was struggling with few challenges. The company got a bigger projects which lead to the following challenges. That includes poor network connectivity, time-consuming process in building network topologies, could not divert network traffic to its destination on time. So these were a couple of challenges the company was facing. So the employees thought that what could be the possible solution to these challenges? And then we require the Azure Virtual Network in that case. So first of all, let's understand what is Azure Virtual Network is. An Azure VNet or a virtual network represents your network or environment to run VMS and applications in the cloud. When it is created, the services and virtual machines within the network interact securely with each over the internet. So virtual network, you can consider it as a virtual cloud, which is basically kind of a cloud space virtually assigned to the users or to the organization, which they can dedicatedly use for their purpose. So for example, if you have to create some instances or virtual machines onto the Azure cloud, and you want to connect it with the on-prem servers, for example, then you might require the virtual network in that case. Let's assume that those instances that are created in the virtual network require the range of IP addresses that you want to allocate to them, and that is something you can customize using the Azure Virtual Network. How do you want that the traffic should be routed to your instances in the virtual network, how the firewall securities should be applied? Everything the end user can control in the virtual network. So it seems like that you are working in your own data center. Ideally, you would be working onto the Azure cloud using the virtual network. Now, what are the advantages of using the Azure Virtual Network? So a couple of them are, it provides an isolated environment for your application. So as I said that, it seems like that you are working in your on-prem environment. That means within your data center. But ideally, it is a virtual space that is allocated to you, which is a kind of an isolated environment that is specifically designed for your task and the activities. Generally, a subnet in a VNet can access the public internet by default. So we create a subnet inside the virtual network which can access the public internet. So there is a public network connectivity that is enabled in the virtual net, so that a subnet which will be created in the VNet can be accessed. Traffic can be easily filtered from different resources. So you can have some control lists defined, you can have some security groups created, and how do you want to allow the traffic onto the servers or the application? That is something which you can control. It is a highly secure network, and the security groups and the policies are basically implemented by the end user. So you can design how the security should be implemented. High network connectivity, so you have a higher bandwidth as compared to the normal internet connection you might be having in the data center. Compared to that, you use the Azure network only, which gives you the higher network connectivity. It builds sophisticated network topologies in a simple manner and which is easily manageable, as well as there are less troubleshooting issues that we would encounter. Now, what are the components of Azure Virtual Network? One of them is the subnets. Then you have routing. Then you have network security groups. Now, what do we mean by subnets? The subnet is one of the major or a prime important component in the virtual network. So what you have to do is, first obviously you would be creating a virtual network. Inside that you can create the subnets. Subnets, you can consider it a logical partitioning or virtual partitioning inside the virtual network. Subnet lets user segment the virtual network into one or more subnetworks. For example, let's assume that you're working in an organization, and in the organization there are different departments. For every department there should be some set of IP addresses that you want to allocate to the machines that the employees are using. Or all the departments should be isolated. That means that they should have their own network IDs and the network addresses allocated to their machines. And in that case, what you would do is you would create the subnets and the subnet IDs that would be allocated to those departments. These subnetworks can be separated logically, and each subnet consists of a server. So what you do is, when you create a subnet, you can create a server or an instance inside that subnet. And how do you want to give an access to that instance depends on criteria or the requirement. Hence, a subnet can further be divided into two parts, one as the public subnet and the other one as the private subnet. These are the naming conventions of the subnet. Then how do you want to give the internet connectivity depends on how the public subnet should be interacting with the internet. And for the private subnet, as the name suggests, that the internet is blocked. So that means it is completely isolated in the virtual network. The private instances, though, if you want that any instance created in the private subnet should have the internet connectivity or an access, you can primarily go with the NAT gateways in that case, which is a network address translation or kind of a translator which converts the private to public and vice versa. And that would actually enable the internet connectivity to your subnets. Then in the public instances, they can directly access the instance. As the name suggests, public instances, that public subnets, that means they have the direct internet connectivity. Next component is routing, and the routing is primarily a routing rules, you can say, that are applied, and those are actually applied to the routers only. So since on the cloud we cannot have a direct router access, and hence using the routing as a component, we can define some routing rules which are directly applied to the router in the infrastructure. It delivers the data by choosing a suitable path from source to destination. For each subnet, Azure Virtual Network automatically routes traffic and creates a route table. When you create a virtual network, automatically a route table is created, and that basically is required to route the traffic, and that can be used by every subnet. That doesn't mean that you only have to create a single route table in the virtual network. You can have multiple route tables also created, which can be associated with different subnets as well. Then you have the network security groups. It is kind of a firewall that protects the virtual machine by limiting the network traffic. It restricts inbound and outbound network traffic depending upon the destination IP address port and the protocol. So it is basically the network security group sits on the instances and or virtual machines, and they basically define that how the traffic should be reaching to the ports onto the virtual machine. So how do you want to open up the ports, and for which IP addresses you want to open up the ports? That is something the end user or the administrator has to specify or design. So they act as a kind of a firewall rules only that protects the virtual machines. So how to launch an instance using Azure VNet? So first of all, you have to create a virtual network. So virtual network act as a container for subnets. So first thing is that you would be creating a virtual network. Then you would be creating subnets which are considered as a subset within the virtual network. So cloud instances included in the subnet. So first VNets are created, then the subnets are created, and then you configure the properties in the security group, have a look at this in detail. Now, with respect to the virtual network, what you need to do is you have to create a virtual network in the Azure cloud. Then you have to create subnets into each virtual network, which is kind of a subset of a virtual network. So you can create one as a public subnet, the other one as a private subnet, for example. Now you have to assign instances. So when you create an instance, you have to specify that what is the virtual network, for which virtual network you are creating an instance. Within that virtual network, you have to select that on which particular subnet the instance should be created. And then connect instance to a relevant network security group. So attach your network security group to the instances, and based on the properties or the rules that are defined in the network security group, that will be applied to the instances within the subnets. Finally, configure the properties in the network security and set the policies. As a result, you will be able to launch your instance on Azure within the virtual network. Now we will be seeing one demo that how we can create Azure Virtual Network subnets and the network security group. So just be there to watch our demo on the Azure Virtual Network. In today's session, I would be showing how you can create the virtual networks onto the Azure. And for that, you require the credentials on Microsoft Azure, and here you can see on my screen that I have already logged in into the Azure console. Now what you need to do is, in order to search virtual network, you can type and search in the dashboard, in the search bar, with respect to the virtual networks. And here you can find the virtual network and the gateways. So what you need to do is you just have to click on the virtual networks, and then it will give you the options to add the components inside the virtual networks. So let me first open up the virtual network. Right. Now, in theory, we discussed that the virtual network comprises of multiple components and subcomponents. So primarily is that first you have to create a virtual network. Then you have to assign the IPv4 CIDR block to the virtual network. And then you create the subnets inside the network, which is a subset of the virtual network. Along with that, you define the routing rules. And likewise, you create the instances inside the subnets that will be part of the virtual networks. So that's what we are going to do in this demo. So I would be adding up a new virtual network. So you can see here there are already two virtual networks that have been added. One is the demo VNet, which is by default. So when you created the Azure credentials, the demo virtual network was already created by the Azure, so that it can provide you the default settings. And then the test one has been created by me, and that's the customized one, or you can say a non-default virtual network. So I'm going to add another VNet and would define the name to it. So let's wait for the details to appear. So here you have to define the virtual network to create. Obviously we will be going with the free trial only. And then you have to create a resource group. So what is a resource group? It is primarily a collection of resources that share the same lifecycle, permissions, and the policies. So if you have a resource group created, you can use it. Otherwise, you can create a new resource group. So I already have one, that is the demo one. I would be using that. In the instance details, you have to specify the name of the virtual network. So these are certain parameters that you have to go with while defining the name. So let's say I put something like test VNet as the virtual network that I want to create, and that is, you have to select a region where you want to get that created. So these are the available regions that you can select. I would go with US East US only, and then we have to define the IP addresses also. So in the IP addresses, the CIDR blocks are allocated to the virtual networks, and that becomes a fixed IP address for that VNet. So what you can do is you can specify a range of IP addresses. Now whenever we talk about a virtual network and the IP addresses, we primarily focus on the private IPs only. So this is the private IP that we are actually talking about. So I can reserve some IP address CIDR for our VNet, and that is the range of 40.0.0.0/16 I'm going to reserve. So now we'll create one subnet, and we'll name that subnet. So as we discussed, that subnets are the subcomponents of the VNet. So here you can see we have already created one subnet with the name public subnet. So likewise, we can add another subnet also. And let's name it to something like demo subnet, right? And the subnet should have the IP address range, and that IP address range should be part of the VNet only. In V18, so same subnet address range you would be defining in the subnet as well. So that will be 40.0.1. Or we can select 2.0/24. The rest of the things would be default. We are not attaching any route table as of now. So just click on OK. And here you can see that the subnet is created. Now once the subnet is created, now we are going to create a virtual machine inside that subnet. And for that, we'll go to the search bar. And here we'll type virtual machines. Now we'll create a virtual machine in the same VNet, that is the test VNet, and inside the demo subnet, so that our virtual machine gets the private IP address from the subnet that has been created in the VNet itself. So what you need to do is you have to open up the virtual machines, click on add, and here you should add a new virtual machine. So you should select the name of the virtual machine and the network details where we would be defining the VNet as well as the subnet where the virtual machine should be created. So in the subscription, we'll go with the free tier, and in the resource group, we'll go with the demo that has already been created. We'll put a virtual machine name, something like test VM, and the rest of the things will be default. So we'll quickly skip the disk check also. Now in the networking, we would be selecting the test VNet as our virtual network, and in the subnet we would be selecting the demo subnet. So that is the recently one added in the test VNet, and we want that our virtual machine should be part of that subnet only. Now obviously, since we are creating a virtual machine, so it should be part of, it should have the public IP also assigned, since from the public network we need to access those virtual machines. So we'll keep it enabled, right? And the next would be the default settings that we are going to proceed with. So let's review all the configurations and then create your virtual machine. So here you can see that our virtual machine has been created, validation has been passed, and it takes a couple of minutes to get that updated. So let's wait for a few more minutes so that our virtual machine is ready. And primarily what we want to look into is that our virtual machine is created in a correct VNet, and it gets the private IP address from the subnet that has been part of the VNet which has been defined in the creation of a virtual machine. So let's wait for a couple of more minutes and we'll look into the status of the VNet. Now you can see here our test virtual machine has been created. Now what we wanted to look into is that our virtual machine is created in a correct subnet or not, and that is something which we can validate by checking the private IP address. So it got the private IP from the range of the IP address that we have specified in the subnet. Now in order to access this particular virtual machine, you have to use the public IP, since we have to access it from the internet. So from the private IP, this virtual machine will not be accessible. So that's the reason that when we created a virtual machine, we allocated the public IP address also for this instance. So that is with respect to the virtual network and the demonstration on it, and how we can create a VNet and the subcomponents of the VNet, how they are associated or interlinked with each other, and that actually creates a kind of an isolated environment on the public cloud, which gives you the understanding that you can work into just like an on-prem environment.
You can also check out a Azure Cloud Architect course that will help you master the Azure infrastructure by understanding Azure Cloud Architect technology solutions, implementing workloads and security in Azure, creating and deploying apps in Azure, and securing data in Azure. Link is in the description. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for more amazing and interesting content.
So what is Azure DevOps? Azure DevOps enables teams to organize work, collaborate on code development, and build and deploy applications using developer services. Azure DevOps is a culture and set of protocols that brings together developers, project managers, and contributors to collaborate on software development. It enables businesses to create and enhance products more quickly than they could with traditional software development methods. You can use Azure DevOps services in the cloud or Azure DevOps server on premises. Azure DevOps has built-in functionality that you may access via a web browser or an IDE client. Depending on your business needs, you can use one or more of the following standalone services. Azure Repos. Azure DevOps are built-in functionality. So for source management of your code, Azure Repos offer Git repositories or Team Foundation version control. Azure Pipelines. Build and release services provided by Azure Pipelines to assess continuous integration and delivery of your applications. Azure Boards. Using Kanban and Scrum methodologies, Azure Boards provides a set of agile tools for planning and tracking work, code bugs, and issues. Azure Test Plans. Manual and exploratory testing and continuous testing are among the options available in Azure Test Plans for testing your applications. And at last, Azure Artifacts. This allows teams to share packages from public and private sources, including Maven, NPM, NuGet, and more, and incorporate package sharing into their pipelines. So this brings us to the features of DevOps. First we have is dashboard control. You can rapidly navigate to different regions of the project, build and manage dashboards, and set dashboard widgets using the DevOps dashboard functionality. Then we have improved source control. Git and Team Foundation version control, a centralized client-server system, which are two prominent methods of source control supported by Azure DevOps solution. To observe change history, you can add and manage Azure Git tags, reviews, downloads, and modify files. Following that, we have plan and track your work. You can utilize Azure DevOps systems to track features, requirements, user stories, tasks, issues, and more using a variety of work items. Then we have integrated collaboration servers, a tool that allows teams to collaborate throughout the whole Azure DevOps feature set, including team dashboards, project wiki, discussion within work item forms, and many others. Then we have support for exploratory testing. Manual exploratory and continuous testing are made easier with Azure DevOps, which include workflow customization, end-to-end traceability, criteria-based selection, and real-time visualization that show the test activities. And at last comes continuous integration and deployment. Many developers use CI/CD, and Azure DevOps makes it so easy to do so. Developers may automate various design activities with Azure pipelines, including defining and building association steps, writing test instructions, and managing simultaneous releases. Well, this brings us to Azure DevOps Services. You get an integrated set of services and tools with Azure DevOps to manage your software project, from planning to development to testing and deployment. A client or server model is used to deliver these services. Many of them are offered via a user-friendly web interface that works with all major browsers. The source control, build pipelines, and work tracking are just a few of the services that may be managed through a client. You can see the left pane is where you access Azure DevOps Services as demonstrated in the figure below. So now that we have covered Azure DevOps Services, let's move on to Azure DevOps Server. Version control, reporting, requirements, management, project management, automated builds, testing, and release management are all capabilities of Azure DevOps Server, a Microsoft product. It provides DevOps features and spans the complete application cycle. So now that we know what Azure DevOps Services and Azure DevOps Server are, so let's have a crisp comparison between them to know how exactly they differ from each other. Despite the fact that Azure DevOps Service is a hosted version of Azure DevOps Server, there are several features that differ. Some functions of Azure DevOps Server aren't available in Azure DevOps Services. So when deciding which platform to use or considering a transition from on-premises to the cloud, keep the following points in mind: scope and scale data, authentication, users and groups, and manage user access. So first is scope and scale data. Azure DevOps Services and Azure DevOps Server are slightly different. Organizations and projects are currently the only alternatives for scoping and scaling data. Azure DevOps Services organization get their own URLs and always have exactly one project collection, whereas deployment, project collection, and projects are the three methods for scoping and scaling data in Azure DevOps Server. Then we have authentication. To connect to Azure DevOps Services using the public internet, depending on your organization's arrangement, you can use Microsoft account credentials or Azure AD credentials to log in. You can also configure Azure AD to require multi-factor authentication, IP address restrictions, and other security features. But you connect to an intranet serving using Azure DevOps Server. Windows authentication and Active Directory domain credentials are used to log in. So this method is completely open and you will never be asked to sign in. Next we have users and groups. You may use a similar technique to grant access to groups of users in Azure DevOps Services. Azure AD groups can be added to Azure DevOps Services group. So you must add users one at a time if you utilize Microsoft account instead of Azure AD. On the other hand, by adding Active Directory groups to multiple Azure DevOps groups, you may grant user access to deployments in Azure DevOps Server. The membership of AD groups are kept in sync, so users gain and lose access to Azure DevOps Server as they are added and withdrawn in AD. And at last, there is Manage User Access. You manage access to features in Azure DevOps and Azure DevOps Server by assigning users to an access level. Each user in your Azure DevOps Services organization must be assigned an access level. As usual, as Visual Studio subscriber sign in, Azure DevOps Services verifies them. So without a Visual Studio subscription, you can give basic access to 5 users for free. Whereas all use of Azure DevOps Server is on the honor system. Specify the access levels on the administration page to set access levels for users based on their license and assign unlicensed user stakeholder access only. So now that we have covered all the important features and concepts of Azure DevOps, now let's move on to the next very important aspect of Azure DevOps, which is Azure DevOps Lab. The Azure DevOps Lab is a place where you can learn about software development and operations with Azure DevOps Services. You can simplify and speed up the DevOps process. It explains how to use Azure DevOps Services to automate software delivery and satisfy business requirements. So to understand it in a better way, let's have a demo of Azure DevOps Lab. So let's start with our Azure DevOps demo. So first, what we need to do is navigate to this website, azure.microsoft.in, or we can directly log in through dev.azure.com also. So first what we need to do is sign into a Microsoft Azure account. So after signing in, you'll be led to this page that you just need to click on continue. And here what you need to do is create an organization under which you're gonna create your projects, multiple projects, and you're gonna attach your team members to it or group members to it whom you want to give the access to your projects. So what is the difference between organization and project is, if you have given anybody access to your organization or somebody is a part of your organization, then that particular individual will have access to all of your projects. But if you have given somebody only access to your project, then he'll be only restricted to that particular project. He won't be able to access any other project that is present under that particular organization that you both are part of. So basically, organization is something that is used to connect to groups of a related project or somebody who is already a part of a particular organization. So here we will give it a name. So I am giving simply demo as the organization name. And here you can see that the projects under this organization will be hosted under the South India region. And we need to enter the captcha. And click on continue. Just a second. So now you can see it is saying that it is taking you to an organization. Okay, so we already have an organization of the same name, so let's just change it to something else. Let's give it simply demo org. So here you can see this saying that it's taking to your Azure DevOps organization where you'll be creating your projects. So now you can see your organization name here, and here you just need to create a project name. So I'm giving it simply demo project. Now below you can see visibility. We can opt either public or private. So what is public or private? So basically, if you keep the visibility of the project public, then once you copy this URL, so as I was saying, once you copy this URL into some other browser or incognito mode, you will be able to have the access to the project. But if you keep its visibility private, then only the people who have real access to your organization or to your project will be able to access that project or will be able to see that project or work on it. As you can see, public projects are disabled for our organization, so we can't select public. So we'll go for private and click on create project. Now here you can see the home page of your organization where you have this project, and here you can access the statistics of project, how it is performing, how much time you have contributed to it, or what all services you have added to your project. And down below you will be able to see that there is just one member, which is the root user of this project, and once you start adding more members to your project, it will their details will be added to this particular block. So now here you can see these are the services, boards, repos, pipelines, test plans, and artifacts services that is provided to you to add to your project. So now let's have a look at them one by one. So first one is boards. As we click on boards, you can see multiple options, your work items, boards, backlogs, sprints, queries, delivery plans. Here you can see it is all empty as we haven't added any service or we haven't worked on a project yet. So let's just click on new work item. So here you can see one is epic, issue, and task. So epic is an option that is you can see a pro option for work items. So basically epic represents business initiative to be accomplished, and it is basically available for basic, agile, scrum, and CMMI process templates. So what it exactly does is increases customer engagement, that whatever your project is, if it's the engagement of your project, that how it's performing and how it is performing towards the people whom you have given access to the project. Also helps to create new architecture to improve the performance of your project, and it also supports mobile applications. So basically when you're deploying any mobile application in your project or creating a mobile application as a project, so it will be able to support that as well. Let's click on Epic. So here you can see you need to enter a title for your Epic option. So here you need to add the title of your epic, like for say we are creating a healthcare or an e-commerce application. So obviously it will be segmented into different parts. Like you'll be having search options or support options or home page. So we just need to give it a name. And here you can see its state is to do. For now we just have to do because we haven't actually created anything in our project and we haven't given any input. So it's in to-do list, and once we start working on it, we can change the state. It can be in progress or completing. So there are multiple states for your epic. And here you can see the area is simply demo project. That means that we want to assign this search new epic into this project. And we can also click description over here, that what exactly our new epic is about. Like for search options, we need to specify or give a description that this is for searching options related to our application. Like for healthcare, one can type medicines or doctors or slots. So that is thing that we can add in our description, that it will help the user to understand what this feature is about. So this was epic, and once done we can click on save. So here you can see other stuffs also, like priority. So we can select priority according to our will. So here by default it is priority 2. So priority basically is which function will come first. And here you can mention start date, target date. So once it's done, you can click on save. Now let's move to the next one. Second, what we have is issue. So basically issues are for you to track your work, and epics are used to track the group work and the large scenarios. But this is track like we saw the project statistics, so it will help you to understand the individual progress. So basically issues are raised when you find any obstacle in your progress or in your work. So it can be compared to impediments also. So when you're working with Agile, you need to deal with issues. So by default we have Agile to our project assigned. So like for example, we can see that we have a meeting. So during the meeting, members report if they have encountered any bug or any impediments. So what next we have to do is we have to track them and resolve it. So these are the issues that can one can find, like possibilities. So you can assign here and give it a description again and just save it. So once a user faces these issues, we can keep a track of it, and once it is raised, we can resolve it. Coming to the next one. Next we have is task. So by the name only we can well understand what task is. So a task is a smaller item or smaller segment to track activity that contains all the information needed to accomplish a part of an issue, or you can say user story requirements. So this option is available for basic, agile, scrum and CMMI process templates. So again we can give it a name, what task we want to assign, and give it a description, and according to that we can select the priority and save it. So the task will be added to your project. We are not assigning any task right now because, as I said, we haven't added any particular project or particular details or application, or we haven't deployed any application yet in our project. So that is why we are not adding anything over here again, because first we need to understand what these services are and what these services are used for. Next we have backlogs. So backlogs helps you to understand the flow of your project. Like today you have contributed 10% of your time, and you have completed the 10% of the work, or you have worked on certain segments of the project, like for say you have worked in the support area. So it helps you to understand and keep a track of the flow of your project, how it is performing and how it is developing and how it is built every day. Next we have is sprints. So sprints are basically a time box intervals that supports your team's ability to work using the agile processes and tools. So what you can do is, whether you're having, let's say you're having a healthcare application, so you just need to have a segment of it and drop it over here. So what it will do is it will get the attention of all the team members. So basically what it does, it makes your project more manageable. It increases the quality of your project and also makes it work even more faster and more frequently once you add the segment to the sprint. So you can say it in one way, it gets the priority and people need to work on it, and it gives your project more flexibility to adapt to change. Now sometimes what happens is many associates scrum sprints with agile software development. So sometimes agile are often thought to be the same thing. Coming to the next one, we have queries. So the query page basically remembers the view you have last navigated, and when you log in again or when you come back again to the same portal, it returns you to that very particular view only. So you can say that it runs with Azure DevOps command line interface, and all the open like all the pages like you have gone through, you can keep a track of it over here. You just need to click over here all, and you can just see all the queries you have defined in all this while, and also you can share the queries with the team members, so they can also know that where you have been working lately, or which segment you have been working on, or what was the last navigation which you have been going through in this whole project. So it can help you manage your project in a more efficient way and keep a track of how and what all segments you have been working on and what all segments you need to work on in your project. Coming to the next one, we have delivery plans. So here you can see we haven't created any plan yet. So basically delivery plans are a calendar view of multiple teams or team backlogs or individual backlogs from different projects. So basically it replaces the delivery plans marketplace extension, and it is only available for Azure DevOps services. So here you can say it's a summary or time summary of all the projects you have been working on in a particular organization. So now that we have covered both, let's move to the next one, which is repos. So with the name itself, we can well understand that repo stands for repositories. So basically it is a set of repositories that allows you to control and manage your project code. Like for say you're deploying a healthcare application, so these repos options help you create repositories and manage your code of that particular application in a more efficient way. So what you can do is you can connect project solutions by using the repos link. As you can see here, it is shown. So let's look into its option one by one. First we have files. So in files, your project solution will be available in this section. So repositories can create, manage and import those solutions. Okay, so you just need to upload your solutions of your code or your project here, and it will just create repositories for it, and it will help you manage those solutions in a better way. And you can see these clone to your computer, push an existing repository from command line, and import a repositories if you want to import any solution. Like here you can just click on import and add the solution to a repository. So this is what files do. Basically you can see it's like a physical folder itself where you have all your mini files or repositories or solutions, you can say, of data. So basically it functions like a physical folder itself. So it helps you keep a track of your codes and everything. Next comes is commits. So in commit section, we can manage commit history for your repositories that you have created in files. So it just commits those repositories with author details from branches. Like for say we have a team, one from support branch and one from management branch. So whoever creates that repositories and adds the solution, it commits that repositories under that particular member of the team with the branch name. Then comes pushes. So push histories are available in this section from each pull request done by the developers. Developers, for say, the team members who have been working on this particular project and creating repositories and solutions. So what is pull request? So pull request or PRs are a way to change or review or merge code in our repositories. So basically team uses these PRs to review code and give feedbacks or changes, whether like for say you are deploying a code or a solution. So one can review them, what all changes needs to be made or what all upgradation needs to be made, or whether the code is already fine or not. So basically teams use these PRs to review the solutions and codes stored in these repositories, or you can merge multiple solutions or multiple codes into the main branch. So basically reviewers can step through the proposed changes and leave those comments and vote to approve or reject that particular code, or you can say to upgrade or what all changes we want to make it. They vote for it, that whether that needs to be made to that particular solution or not. So these are the PRs. Next we have branches. So we can manage multiple branching information in this particular section. You can create or release branches from master to dev. Okay, so all users can actually create or release branches from branching information available in this particular section. Next come tags. So tags are used to point out specific commits, like giving message tags and data information to branches. You can create your naming conventions to branches by using commit tags. And the next one is pull request, which we have already discussed. The PRs that are basically used in pushes. So now we have completed repos also. So let's move on to the next one, which is pipelines. So here you can see that we don't have any pipeline created for us yet. So let's have a look at its provided options one by one. So the first one is environments. So basically it is a collection of resources where you actually deploy your application that you're working on. So you can say it contains one or more virtual machines, containers, web apps, etc. Whatever resources you have actually used for deploying your application, or what are services you have used for creating the environment for the deployment of your application. For say we need to deploy our application and it needs an Windows Java environment. So whatever resources you need to create that environment, that will be added to this environment list. It will be listed over this section. Next we have releases option. So basically this pipeline stores the data of your pipelines or stages or tasks and deployments in Azure pipelines, that deployments you have done so far in your applications, for your applications actually. So you can say that it helps your team continuously deliver software to your customers at a faster pace with a very minimum, you can say, lower risk. So you can fully automate the testing and the delivery of your software or applications on multiple stages. Or you can also set up an automated process with approvals and on-demand deployments. Then comes library. So again you can see the page is blank. From the name itself you can scrutinize that it will be a collection of assets from Azure DevOps projects. So basically it is a collection of build and release assets of a particular project. So assets defined in a library can be used in multiple builds and multiple releases pipelines of the project. Okay, so all assets that are defined in a library share a common security model. So you can control who can define new items in a library and who can use an existing item that you have already added in this library. So roles are defined for library items. For say you have added a particular asset or particular item to this library segment, and you can assign a particular member who will be working on this item. Okay, so roles are defined here for these, and these governs the operation you can perform on those items. That person will be keeping track of whatever changes have been made or whatever upgradation has been made to the particular item that has been added to this segment, library segment. So then comes task groups. So task groups are a way to standardize and centrally manage deployment steps for all applications in your projects. So when you include a task group in your definition and then make a change centrally to the task group, the change is automatically reflected in all the definitions. So we can conclude with this that a task group allows you to encapsulate a sequence of tasks already defined in you can say build or a release pipelines or into a single task group. So it just encapsulates all those sequence of tasks. So you can choose to extract the parameters from those encapsulated tasks as configured variables and abstract the rest of the task information. So what happens is the new task group is automatically added to the task catalog, and it is ready to be added to other release and build pipelines. So task groups are stored at the project level and are not accessible outside the project group. So the task groups will be only limited to the members who you have assigned in this project, and it won't be accessible to the other people or other team members from different projects, even though they are the member of the same organization. So you can say it's more of a private segment. Now that we have covered task groups, next we have deployment groups. So deployment groups are only available with classic release pipelines, and it is totally different from the deployment jobs. It is basically a collection of deployment related steps defined in a YAML file to accomplish a specific task. So in nutshell, it is a logical set of deployment target machines that have agents installed on each one. The deployment groups represent the physical environment, for example, testing or development or production environment. So a development group is just another grouping of agents, much like an agent pool, you can say. So what you can do with this is you can specify the security context and runtime targets for the agents, or you can let yourself view live logs for each server as a deployment take place. Or you can also enable you to use machine tags to limit deployment to a specific set of servers. So this was about deployment groups. Now that we have covered one more service, let's move on to the next one, that is test plans. So test plans, the first one we have is progress report. So you can analyze with this only. The progress report will be the progress of the project you have been working on, or the deployments you have been doing, or the tasks you have been performing. So basically it lets you analyze and view data for more than one or an individual test plans in a particular project. So data for test plans can be migrated from an on-premises Azure DevOps server that won't show up in this report. Okay. So basically this section lets you drill down by each test plans and give you summary of each test plan in it. This section also lets you to navigate to a test plan or suite of choice by double clicking on it. Okay. So this was the progress report. Next we have runs. So basically it represents the execution of pipelines. During a run, the pipeline is processed and agents process one or more jobs. So when you run a pipeline, many things happen under the cover. While you often won't need to know about them, occasionally it's useful to have the bigger picture, right? So Azure pipelines will get processed under this test runs segment. So you'll be able to see what all performance is happening over here. Like while you're running a pipeline, you can see the running state, the date you have started that, or what all that running pipeline includes, like jobs, steps, and tasks. So runs power both continuous integration and continuous delivery pipelines. Next we have load test. So basically, Azure load testing is a fully managed Azure service that enables developers and testers to generate high-scale load with custom Apache JMeter scripts and gain actionable insights to catch and fix performance bottlenecks at scale. So basically, application performance and resiliency are more important than ever before. So how you can run an Azure DevOps test? So first you need to click on it and select a test suite that contains all the automated tests, and you can just choose the run test option. And it will start processing it. So this service basically simulates traffic for your application, you can say, regardless of on which platform or where it is actually hosted. So now that we have covered test plans as well, let's move on to the next one, that is Artifacts. So this is the last service that is provided to your project by Azure DevOps. So Artifacts is a byproduct produced during the software development process. So it mainly consists of the project source code, dependency, or binaries or resources that could be represented in different layout depending on the particular technology. So it's like an extension that makes it easier to discover, install, or publish and Maven packages in Azure DevOps. It's basically deeply integrated with other hubs like Build, so that package management can become a seamless part for your existing workflows. So what is exactly it is used for? So it can be used for both public and private organization with teams of any size. It basically manages your NPM or NuGet packages via feeds, and it allows you to create and share your Maven. So it's a package management solution integrated with your Azure DevOps. So this was all about the services that is provided to your projects. So now that you know what all services do for your project and what are their benefits and how they function, now you can actually plan your project and start creating and working on it and start deploying with the users and what all services you want for your particular project. So what you can do is click here on project setting. Just a second. Yeah, you can just click on project setting. So now what you can do is you can add in description that what your actual project is about. So for say, like I said, if you're creating in a healthcare application, so you can just give it a description that it is for healthcare related issues, queries, and helps needed, and like you're tying that particular application with different hospitals or healthcare organizations. So you can actually add those information in this description. And the process, which basically it is basic or private one, but you do get a range of process for your project when it depending on the visibility of it, like for Agile or Scrum, you can say. So now here you can see that only my ID is attached to it, as I'm the only member here and I'm the administrator. So you can add members here, and scrolling down, you can, now that you know what all services provide you or what they provide to your project, so depending on the need of your project, you can just select the services you want to assign to your particular project. Like, for say, if I don't want boards assigned to it, or you can say if I don't want the services provided by the board, you can just click on it and select remove board, and I just need to refresh it. So yeah, here you can see I have overview, repos, pipelines, artifacts, but I don't have test plans and boards. As you can see, test plan is basically all the collection of whatever you're managing, which is indirectly assigned to boards. So as you remove the boards, the test plans also get removed. Okay, and once like this, you can just select what all services you want specifically, and if you want to delete your project, you can just go ahead and delete it. So this was all about the Azure DevOps services and the Azure DevOps Virtual Studio, we can say, and how the demonstration of how a project actually functions in.
You can also check out a Azure Cloud Architect course that will help you master the Azure infrastructure by understanding Azure Cloud Architect technology solutions, implementing workloads and security in Azure, creating and deploying apps in Azure, and securing data in Azure. Link is in the description. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for more amazing and interesting content.
Amazon Web Services is an evolving cloud computing platform that offers various services such as compute power, storage, database, content delivery, and other resources to help business scale and grow. AWS services are provided based on a subscription basis. Similarly, Microsoft Azure provides a set of cloud services to design, create, and monitor applications on a network. Talking about the general features, Amazon Web Services was established in the year 2006. Today, it holds a market share of 31.7%, whereas Microsoft Azure was started in the year 2010 and now has a market share up to 16.8%. Amazon AWS is the world's most broadly adopted cloud platform. It offers up to 165 services globally. These services are used by millions of companies like Spotify, Netflix, Facebook, BBC, etc. Talking about Netflix, the company moved its IT operations to AWS in the year 2009. AWS was able to solve the company's scalability and data management issues. Azure offers several services in various categories, including artificial intelligence, analytics, containers, IoT, and many more. These services are used by many famous companies like Accenture, LinkedIn, Stack, eBay, and Samsung. Accenture chose Microsoft Azure to boost productivity and provide better security to its employees. The AWS pricing model is based on an hourly basis. With AWS, every individual pays only for the services that are required for his work. Every person only pays for the services he consumes. Azure pricing is charged on a per minute basis. The payment system is very simple and doesn't involve any long-term contracts. Microsoft Azure is free of upfront costs and cancellation fees, and only users pay for the resources they consume. With Azure and Amazon AWS, there are no additional costs or termination fees. Moving on to the next factor, let's talk about availability zones. Availability zones are isolated data centers with independent power and networking. These zones protect applications and files from data center failures. In total, AWS has nearly 77 availability zones within 24 geographic regions around the world. The company plans to establish 9 more AWS availability zones and 3 more AWS regions in Indonesia, Japan, and Spain. On the other hand, Microsoft Azure has many isolated availability zones. These zones are located within an Azure region, and they provide fast network connectivity. Azure has 44 availability zones around the world. The company is planning to launch 12 more zones. Now, after discussing the availability zones, let's talk about the services. The services that I am going to compare here come under the following domains: compute, storage, database, security, and finally, networking. AWS and Azure provide a wide variety of services with low migration costs so that every individual can shift his or her current traditional infrastructure to cloud platform very easily. AWS EC2 is a suitable example of compute services. EC2 is a web service that aims to make life easier for developers by providing secure and resizable compute capacity in the cloud. It can be integrated to several other services like S3, IAM, CloudFormation, etc. Azure has a small service called Azure Virtual Machine Image. It helps the developers to develop and design identical virtual machines in the matter of minutes. Azure virtual machines are becoming more popular among IT infrastructures. These machines let an individual create and use virtual machines in the cloud as IaaS or infrastructure as a service. Virtual machines can be created using Azure Portal, Azure PowerShell, and ARM templates, Azure CLI or Client Software Development Kits. Next comes Amazon S3. It is the best example for storage service. Simple Storage Service is an object storage service designed to store and recover any information from anywhere via the internet. Amazon S3 facilitates storage through a web service interface. The service provides 99.9% durability and 99.9% availability of objects. It has the capacity of storing computer files up to 5 terabytes in size. On the other hand, Azure provides a similar service called Blob Storage Service. This service provides a large amount of storage and is highly scalable. It stores an object in the tiers depending on how often the data is being accessed. Blob storage supports widely used frameworks like Java, .NET, Python, and Node.js. It is the only cloud storage service in Microsoft Azure that offers a premium SSD-based object storage tier for low latency networks. AWS provides a secure cloud platform where every individual can manage and deploy their applications. Compared to the on-premises environment, AWS security offers a high level of data protection at a lower cost. For security purposes, IAM is a suitable service. AWS Identity and Access Management is a cloud service that controls and manages AWS resources securely. It has no upfront cost, also gives a facility to create and maintain services within a specific set of users on your AWS resources. In Microsoft Azure, Azure Active Directory, or in short also called as Azure AD, is a web service which provides MFA, multi-factor authentication features to users in order to protect their data from cyber attacks. Next is Amazon RDS. It is a web service designed to simplify the setup, operation, and scaling of a relational database. It is simple to set up, use, and scale when required by users. It provides inexpensive and resizable capacity and automates several tasks such as hardware provisioning, database setup, patching, and backups. On the other side, the Azure SQL database automatically updates and backups data in order to focus on the development of applications. Not just that, it also manages database services and responds to client requirements. Client requirements such as scalability of a service, data backup, and high availability of database. Similarly, these cloud providers have plenty of services that help users build and deploy their applications effectively. Moving on to the next topic, let us focus on integrating AWS and Azure with open source tools. Now, we will explain how to build a pipeline using Jenkins along with one of the services of Amazon Web Services, that is the EC2. In this integration process, we have a sample Python application called as a Docker file. This Docker file will consist of a Python base image. The Docker file builds a pipeline in order to create a Docker image upon pushing the code to the repository. Later, the new image is used to start a new AWS service on an ECS cluster. Now, let's have a look at how the integration of open source tools happen in Azure. In your Azure cloud application, DevOps tools like Docker, Maven, and Jenkins can be integrated. In case you want to integrate the Jenkins pipeline, go to Project and create a subscription, followed by Jenkins. You can specify the required filters based on your requirement. Then choose your endpoint for Azure DevOps to communicate with Jenkins. So that was all about Amazon AWS and Microsoft Azure. Both AWS and Azure are honored to be on top of all other cloud providers. Both provide all necessary features like scalability, high availability, and security. But the moment I hear about choosing the best one, I have to say that all that depends upon the individual business needs. Both cloud providers are the certified ones that hold immense value in the current cloud service market.
On AWS versus Azure versus GCP.
Talking about market share, Amazon Web Services leads with around 32% of the worldwide public cloud share.
Azure owns up to 16% of the worldwide market share.
And GCP owns around 9% of the world's market share.
Let's talk about each of these service providers in detail. AWS provides services that enable users to create and deploy applications over the cloud. These services are accessible via the internet. AWS, being the oldest of the lot, was launched in the year 2006.
Azure, launched in 2010, is a computing platform that offers a wide range of services to build, manage, and deploy applications on the network using tools and frameworks.
Launched in the year 2008, GCP offers application development and integration services for its end users. In addition to cloud management, it also offers services for big data, machine learning, and IoT.
Now let's talk about availability zones. These are isolated locations within data center regions from which public cloud services originate and operate. Talking about AWS, they have 69 availability zones within 22 geographical regions. This includes regions in the United States, South America, Europe, and Asia Pacific. They are also predicted to have 12 more additions in the future.
Azure, available in 140 countries, has over 54 regions worldwide grouped into 6 geographies. These geographical locations have more than 100 data centers.
GCP is available in 200 plus countries across the world. As of today, GCP is present in 61 zones and 20 regions, with Osaka and Zurich being the newly added regions.
Now let's talk about pricing. These services follow the pay-as-you-go approach. You pay only for the individual services you need for as long as you use them without requiring long-term contracts or complex licensing. Now on screen, you can see the pricing for each of these cloud service providers with respect to various instances like general purpose, compute optimized, memory optimized, and GPU. Now let's talk about the compute services offered. First off, we have virtual servers. For AWS, we have EC2. It is a web service which eliminates the need to invest in hardware so that you can develop and deploy applications in a faster manner. It provides virtual machines in which you can run your applications.
Azure's virtual machines is one of the several types of computing resources that Azure offers. Azure gives the user the flexibility to deploy and manage a virtual environment inside a virtual network.
GCP's VM service enables users to build, deploy, and manage virtual machines to run workloads on the cloud.
Now let's talk about the pricing of each of these services. AWS EC2 is free to try. It is packaged as part of AWS's free tier that lasts for 12 months and provides 750 hours per month of both Linux and Windows virtual machines.
Azure Virtual Machine Service is a part of the free tier that offers this service for about 750 hours per month for a year. The user gets access to Windows and Linux virtual machines.
GCP's VM service is a part of a free tier that includes micro-instance per month for up to 12 months.
Now let's talk about Platform as a Service or PaaS services. For AWS, Elastic Beanstalk is an easy-to-use service for deploying and scaling web applications and services developed with Java, .NET, Node.js, Python, and much more. It is used for maintaining capacity, provisioning, load balancing, auto-scaling, and application health monitoring.
The PaaS backbone utilizes virtualization techniques where the virtual machine is independent of the actual hardware that hosts it. Hence, the user can write application code without worrying about the underlying hardware.
Google App Engine is a cloud computing platform as a service which is used by developers for hosting and building apps in Google data centers. The App Engine requires the apps to be written in Java or Python and store data in Google Bigtable and use the Google query language for this.
Next, let's talk about virtual private server services. AWS provides Lightsail. It provides everything you need to build an application or a website along with the cost-effective monthly plan and minimum number of configurations.
In simple words, VM Image is a more comprehensive image for Microsoft Azure virtual machines. It helps the user create many identical virtual machines in a matter of minutes.
Unfortunately, GCP does not offer any similar service.
Next up, we have serverless computing services. AWS has Lambda. It is a serverless compute service that lets you run your code without facilitating and managing servers. You only pay for the compute time you use. It is used to execute backend code and scales automatically when required.
Azure Functions is a serverless compute service that lets you run event-triggered code without having to explicitly provision or manage infrastructure. This allows the users to build applications using serverless simple functions with the programming language of their choice.
GCP Cloud Functions make it easy for developers to run and scale code in the cloud and build event-driven serverless applications. It is highly available and fault-tolerant.
Now let's talk about storage services offered by each of these service providers. First off, we have object storage. AWS provides S3. It is an object storage that provides industry standard scalability, data availability, and performance. It is extremely durable and can be used for storing as well as recovering information or data from anywhere over the internet.
Blob storage is an Azure feature that lets developers store unstructured data in Microsoft's cloud platform. Along with storage, it also offers scalability. It stores the data in the form of tiers depending on how often data is being accessed.
Google Cloud Storage is an online storage web service for storing and accessing data on Google Cloud Platform infrastructure. Unlike the Google Drive, Google Cloud Storage is more suitable for enterprises. It also stores objects that are organized into buckets.
Amazon provides EBS or Elastic Block Store. It provides high-performance block storage and is used along with EC2 instances for workloads that are transaction or throughput intensive.
Azure Managed Disk is a virtual hard disk. You can think of it like a physical disk in an on-premises server but virtualized. These managed disks allow the users to create up to 10,000 VM disks in a single subscription.
Persistent storage is a data storage device that retains data after power to the device is shut off. Google Persistent Disk is durable and high-performance block storage for GCP. Persistent Disk provides storage which can be attached to instances running in either Google Compute Engine or Kubernetes Engine.
Next up, we have disaster recovery services. AWS provides a cloud-based recovery service that ensures that your IT infrastructure and data are recovered while minimizing the amount of downtime that could be experienced.
Site recovery helps ensure business continuity by keeping business apps and workloads running during outages. It allows recovery by orchestrating and automating the replication process of Azure virtual machines between regions.
Unfortunately, GCP has no disaster recovery service.
Next, let's talk about database services. First off, for AWS, we have RDS or Relational Database Service. It is a web service that's cost-effective and automates administration tasks. Basically, it simplifies the setup, operation, and scaling of a relational database.
Microsoft Azure SQL Database is a software as a service platform that includes built-in intelligence that learns app patterns and adapts to maximize performance, reliability, and data protection. It also eases the migration of SQL Server databases without changing the user's applications.
Cloud SQL is a fully managed database service which is easy to set up, maintain, and administer relational PostgreSQL, MySQL, and SQL Server databases in the cloud. Hosted on GCP, Cloud SQL provides a database infrastructure for applications running anywhere.
Next, we have NoSQL database services. AWS provides DynamoDB, which is a managed, durable database that provides security, backup and restore, and in-memory caching for applications. It is well known for its low latency and scalable performance.
Azure Cosmos DB is Microsoft's globally distributed multi-model database service. It natively supports NoSQL created for low latency and scalable applications.
GCP Cloud Data Store is a NoSQL database service offered by Google on the GCP. It handles replication and scales automatically to your application's load. With Cloud Data Store's interface, data can easily be accessed by any deployment target.
Now let's talk about the key cloud tools for each of these service providers. For AWS, in networking and content delivery, we have AWS Route 53 and AWS CloudFront. For management, we have AWS CloudWatch and AWS CloudFormation. For development, we have AWS CodeStart and AWS CodeBuild. For security, we have IAM and Key Management Service.
For Microsoft Azure, networking and content delivery, we have Content Delivery Network and ExpressRoute. For management tools, we have Azure Advisor and Network Watcher. For development tools, for management, we have Azure Advisor and Network Watcher. For development, we have Visual Studio IDE and Azure Blob Studio. For security, we have Azure Security Center and Azure Active Directory.
For GCP, we have the following tools. For networking and content delivery, we have Cloud CDN and Cloud DNS. For management, we have Stack Driver and GCP Monitoring. For development, we have Cloud Build and Cloud SDK. And finally, for security, we have Google Cloud IAM and Google and Cloud Security Scanner.
Now let's talk about the companies using these cloud providers. For AWS, we have Netflix, Unilever, Kellogg's, NASA, Nokia, and Adobe.
Pixar, Samsung, eBay, Fujitsu, EMC, and BMW, among others, use Microsoft Azure.
So as seen on your screens, the companies that use GCP are Spotify, HSBC, Snapchat, Twitter, PayPal, and 20th Century Fox.
Let's talk about the advantages of each of these services. Amazon provides enterprise-friendly services. You can leverage Amazon's 15 years of experience delivering large-scale global infrastructure, and it still continues to hone and innovate its infrastructure management skills and capabilities. Secondly, it provides instant access to resources. AWS is designed to allow application providers, ISVs, and vendors to quickly and securely host your applications, whether an existing application or a new SaaS-based application. Speed and agility. AWS provides you access to its services within minutes. All you need to select is what you require and you can proceed. You can access each of these applications anytime you need them. And finally, it's secure and reliable. Amazon enables you to innovate and scale your application in a secure environment. It secures and hardens your infrastructure. More importantly, it provides security at a cheaper cost than on-premise environments.
Now talking about some of the advantages of Azure. Microsoft Azure offers better development operations. It also provides strong security profile. Azure has a strong focus on security, following the standard security model of detect, assess, diagnose, stabilize, and close. Azure also provides a cost-effective solution. The cloud environment allows businesses to launch both customer applications and internal apps in the cloud, which saves on IT infrastructure costs. Hence, it's OpEx friendly.
Let's now look at the advantages of GCP. Google bills in minute-level increments, so you only pay for the compute time you use. They also provide discounted prices for long-running workloads. For example, you use the VM for a month and get a discount. GCP also provides live migration of virtual machines. Live migration is the process of moving a running VM from one physical server to another without disrupting its availability to the users. This is a very important differentiator for Google Cloud compared to other cloud providers. GCP provides automatic scalability. This allows a site's container scale to as many CPUs as needed. Google Cloud Storage is designed for 99.9% durability. It creates server backup and stores them in a user-configured location.
Let's talk about the disadvantages of each of these services. For AWS, there's a limitation of the EC2 service. AWS provides limitations on resources that vary from region to region. There may be a limit to the number of instances that can be created. However, you can request for these limits to be increased. Secondly, they have a technical support fee. AWS charges you for immediate support, and you can opt for any of these packages. Developer, which costs $29 per month, Business, which costs more than $100, and Enterprise, that costs more than $15,000. It has certain network connectivity issues. It also has general issues when you move to the cloud, like downtime, limited control, backup protection, and so on. However, most of these are temporary issues and can be handled over time.
Talking about some of the disadvantages of Microsoft Azure. Codebase is different when working offline and it requires modification when working on the cloud. PaaS ecosystem is not as efficient as IaaS. Azure Management Console is frustrating to work with. It is slow to respond and update and requires far too many clicks to achieve simple tasks. Azure Backup is intended for backing up and restoring data located on your on-premises servers to the cloud. That's a great feature, but it's not really useful for doing bare metal restores of servers in a remote data center.
Let's now look into the disadvantages of GCP. So when it comes to cloud providers, the support fee is very minimal, but in the case of GCP, it is quite costly. It is around $150 per month for the most basic service. Similar to AWS S3, GCP has a complex pricing schema. Also, it is not very budget friendly when it comes to downloading data from Google Cloud Storage.
We'll go over the Microsoft Azure certification test in this video and present useful information to assist you to decide on a career path. Microsoft offers 3 certification paths for a variety of technical jobs. To gain certification, you must complete a series of exams. And the first one is Fundamentals Certification. These certifications are suitable for those who are just getting started in technology or considering a career shift. Second is Role-Based Certification. To begin acquiring valuable job role abilities, choose a role-based certification. Third is Additional Certification. Examine Microsoft Office technical qualifications as well as Specialist and Microsoft Certified Educator certifications. Now in each category, we have sorted the certifications for your better understanding. In the first category, Fundamental Certification, are Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals, Microsoft 365 Certified Fundamentals, and Microsoft Certified Power Platform Fundamentals. In this second category, role-based certifications are Microsoft 365 Certified Security Administrator Associate, Microsoft Certified Azure Developer Associate, and Microsoft Certified Dynamics 365 Sales Functional Consultant Associate. And in the third category, additional certifications are Microsoft Certified Azure for SAP Workload Specialty, Microsoft Certified Educator, and Microsoft Office Specialist, Microsoft Word Expert. So let's start with the first one, Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals. The Azure Fundamentals certification allows you to demonstrate that you understand cloud concepts, Azure Services, Azure Workloads, Azure Security and Privacy, and Azure Pricing and Support. Candidates should have basic understanding of technical fundamentals such as networking, storage, computation, application support, and application development. Candidates for the Azure Fundamentals certification should have a solid understanding of cloud services and how Microsoft Azure deliver them. This certification is for applicants who are new to Azure or who are just starting to work with cloud-based solutions and services. Moving ahead, let's look into its skills requirement. Describe cloud concepts, describe core Azure services, describe core solutions and management tools on Azure, describe general security and network security features, describe identity governance, privacy and compliance features, and describe Azure cost management and service level agreements. This certification is suitable for job roles like administrator, business user, developer, student, technology manager, and its exam code is AZ900. Price of this examination is $99 and the renewal time is 2 years. Coming to the next one is the Microsoft 365 Certified Fundamentals Certification. It verifies that you are familiar with Microsoft 365 feature and benefits, as well as the advantages of using cloud services, the software as a service, cloud model, and the Microsoft 365 cloud service. These are the skills required to earn this certification. Describe cloud concepts, describe core Microsoft 365 services and concepts, explain security, compliance, privacy, and trust in Microsoft 365, and describe Microsoft 365 pricing and support. This certification is apt for job roles like business user and administrator, and the exam code for this examination is MS900. The examination fee is $99 and the renewal time is 2 years. Next is Microsoft Certified Power Platform Fundamentals. If you're a student, a business user, or a new technical professional using your Microsoft Power Platform skills to better your team's efficiency, this certification can help you advance your career. To prepare for it, you only need a basic understanding of computer technology, data analytics, cloud computing, and the internet. Consider a fundamental certification the initial step towards expanding your skill set and moving on to more advanced certifications like Microsoft Power Platform Functional Consultant. And the skill set required for this certification are describe the business value of Power Platform, identify the core components of Power Platform, demonstrate the capabilities of Power Platform, describe the capabilities of Power Apps, demonstrate the capabilities of Power Automate, demonstrate the business value of Power Virtual Agents. This certification is perfect for job roles like business user, functional consultant, student, and its exam code is PL900. The examination fee for this exam is $99 and its renewal time is 2 years. Now let's dive into the second category, which was role-based certification. The first certification exam in this category is Microsoft 365 Certified Security Administrator Associate. Microsoft 365 Security Administrators protect Microsoft 365 enterprise and hybrid environments by proactively securing them and implementing and managing security and compliance solutions, responding to threats and enforcing data governance policy. This exam assesses your ability to use Microsoft 365 to implement and manage identity and access, threat protection, information security, and governance and compliance features. The skills required for this certification are implement and manage identity and access, implement and manage threat protection, implement and manage information protection, manage governance and compliance features in Microsoft 365. Now, this certification is perfect for the administrator role, and its exam code is MS500. Its examination fee is $165 USD, and its renewal time is again 2 years. Then comes Microsoft Certified Azure Developer Associate. Candidates for the Azure Developer Associate certification should have experience designing, developing, testing, and supporting Microsoft Azure cloud applications and services, participating in all aspects of cloud development from requirements definition and design to development, deployment, and maintenance, as well as performance tuning and monitoring is part of its role responsibilities. Now, the skill set essential for this certification are develop Azure Compute Solutions, develop for Azure Storage, implement Azure Security, monitor, troubleshoot, and optimize Azure Solutions, connect to and consume Azure Services and third-party services. Now, this certification is for a job role like developer, and its exam code is AZ204. Its examination fee is $165 USD with the renewal time of 2 years. Moving on, next is Microsoft Certified Dynamics 365 Sales Functional Consultant Associate. This certification could help you advance in your career if you're a functional consultant, a Microsoft Dynamics 365 sales professional, or a developer wishing to improve your consulting skills. It enables you to better pitch yourself for projects and demonstrates to your company how Dynamics 365 sales can be used to empower salespeople. You have expertise with Microsoft Power Platform and are familiar with Dynamics 365 model-driven apps and data modeling techniques as a candidate for this certification. For this certification, skills required are perform configuration, manage core sales tables, configure additional tools and services, configure Microsoft Dataverse, create apps by using Microsoft Power Apps, create and manage Microsoft Power Automate, implement Microsoft Power Virtual Agent chatbots, integrate Microsoft Power Apps with other apps and services, and manage solutions. Now, this certification is suitable for the functional consultant profile, and the exam code for this exam are PL200 and MB210. The examination fee for this exam is $165 USD, and the renewal time is 2 years. Now comes the third category, additional certification. And the first certification exam in this category is Microsoft Certified Azure for SAP Workloads Specialty. Architects or engineers with substantial experience and knowledge of the SAP system landscape and industry standards that are particular to the initial migration or integration as well as the long-term operation of an SAP solution on Microsoft Azure should apply for this certification, making recommendations on services and modifying resources as needed for optimal resiliency, performance, scale, provision, size, and monitoring are among the responsibilities of an architect or engineer for Azure for SAP workloads. Skills required for this certification are migrate SAP workloads to Azure, design and implement an infrastructure to support SAP workloads, design and implement high availability and disaster recovery, maintain SAP workloads on Azure. Now, this certification is perfect for job roles like administrator, solution architect, and its exam code is AZ120. Its exam fee is $165 USD with the renewal time of 2 years. Then comes Microsoft Certified Educator. The Microsoft Certified Educator (MCE) credential verifies that teachers possesses the global educator technology literacy competencies required to provide students with a rich, personalized learning experience. Educators in training, instructors at teachers' education colleges, and in-service educators all benefit from MCE certification. So these are the skills required. Facilitate student collaboration, skilled communication, self-regulation, real-world problem-solving and innovation, facilitate student use of information and communication tools, and use ICT to be an effective educator. Now, this certification is suitable for developer and educator profiles. and its exam code is 62193. Its examination fee is $127 and its renewal time is 2 years. Now comes the last but not the least one in this category, and it is Microsoft Office Specialist Microsoft Word Expert. Earn the Microsoft Office Specialist Word Expert certification to show that you have the skills needed to get the most out of Word. This credential demonstrates proficiency in the creation and management of professional papers for a variety of purposes and scenarios. The skills essential to gain this certification are manage document options and settings, use of advanced editing and formatting features, creating a custom document elements, and use advanced Word features. Now, this certification is suitable for job profiles like business users, and its exam code is MO101. The exam fee for this certification is $100 and its renewal time is 2 years. So this was all about Azure certification part. Apart from this, not only will you need to learn how to design, manage and protect Azure cloud systems in order to become certified and land a job, but you'll also need real hands-on experience.
I will take you through its various important factors that you need to know before proceeding with this certification. So without further ado, let's get started. But before moving any further, please do subscribe to our YouTube channel and do hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let us first see what all topics that we are going to cover in this video. First, we will explore the basics and understand what Azure certifications are. Then we will explore what Azure Administrator Certificate is about. After which, we will look into who can take this certification. Then, we will see what all syllabus we need to cover on to appear for this examination. After that, we will explore how to apply for this certification. Later on, we will discuss some tips and tricks required for this examination preparation. And then we will look into some of the practice questions for your better understanding. And in the end, we will see what will companies hire Azure administrators. So let's first understand what Azure certification is. Aspirants who wants to manage, upgrade, and establish applications and networking routes over the global channel can get a specialization in cloud computing with the Microsoft Azure certification. Microsoft Azure is well known and respected around the world as the most trustworthy cloud provider. As a result, folks who have earned a Microsoft certification have a plethora of options to choose from. Now that we know what Azure certification is, let's move on to the explanation of what Azure Administrator Associate certification is about. Azure administrators are in charge of cloud storage, security, networking, and compute services. The Microsoft Azure Administrator Associate certification is a role-based certification that verifies a professional's competence to implement, manage, and maintain Microsoft Azure systems, including major compute services, storage, network, and security services. Now let's have a look at who all can apply for this examination. Candidate must have at least 6 months of hands-on experience administering Azure and a solid understanding of key Azure services in order to take this certification. Along with that, one should also have experience in PowerShell, Azure CLI, Azure Portal, and Azure Resource Management templates. Now let's dive deeper into this and explore what syllabus are required to appear for this examination. First is Manage Azure Identities and Governance. Now this topic covers 15 to 20% of the examination. Then comes Implement and Manage Storage. This topic also covers 15 to 20% of the examination. After that, we have Deploy and Manage Azure Company Resources. This covers 20 to 25% of the examination. Then we have Configure and Manage Virtual Networking. This covers 25 to 30% of the examination. And then we have Monitor and Backup Azure Resources, which covers 10 to 15% of the examination. Now, let's have a look at how to apply for this examination. Now the details you need to focus on are the cost of the examination is 165 USD and its annual salary is $107,683. The duration of this examination is 120 minutes and the number of questions varies between 40 to 60. The types of question can be either multiple choice or multiple response. And the passing score to ace this examination is 70% with the renewal time of 2 years. Now that we have covered all the technical details needed to appear for this examination, let's have a look at some of the important tips for the preparation of this examination. First is, check Microsoft official AZ-104 exam page. You should review the official AZ-104 exam detail page on the Microsoft website before beginning your preparation. This is Microsoft's most reliable page for sharing the most up-to-date and accurate exam information. Second is, understand the exam topics. Each exam has its own set of modules and weights. As a result, it's critical to thoroughly comprehend the revised AZ-104 exam objectives. If you have a good understanding of each domain and module, you can prepare successfully for the exam. This act will assist you in maintaining a higher level of concentration on the modules that have a high weightage in the exam. Third is online training, resources, and reference books. Online training is one of the simple and convenient training techniques that can help you prepare for the exam. You will study the topics of the exam modules from industry experts through online training classes. You can also pay for customized instructor-led instruction from any other training provider to prepare for exam goals. But this can be costly. Also, you can seek help from books like Microsoft Azure Administrator Exam Reference AZ-103 book that is a part of exam reference series. Fourth, we have study groups and online discussion forums. Joining study groups and discussion forums for exam preparation should be the first step in your preparation. Joining study groups and discussion forums gives you the opportunity to network with other Azure administrators and exam candidates. On forums, you may get answers to your concerns and have your issues fixed. As a result, it's critical to participate in some Azure discussion groups. And at last, but not the least, the fifth one is practice with simulators and mock exams. You can improve your confidence and have everything set for your AZ-104 exam in this final phase when you feel you have covered all of your bases in terms of resources and preparation steps. You should focus on getting some good simulators. These AZ-104 test simulators are meant to simulate a real exam setting. You can use the simulator to identify your skills and weaknesses so that you can work on them. Now, let's have a look at some of the practice questions for your better understanding of this examination. So the first question is, you have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1 that contains an Azure Log Analytics workspace named Workspace 1. You need to view the error events from a table named Event. Which query should you run in the Workspace 1? And the options are get event where event type equal error. Option B, search in event error. Option C, select from event where event type equal error. And D, search in event where event type is equal error. And the correct answer is option B. Now moving on to the next question, you have an Azure subscription named Subscription 1. Subscription 1 contains the resource groups in the following table. RG1 has a web app named Web App 1. Web App 1 is located in West Europe. You move Web App to RG2. What is the effect of the move? And the options are the app service plan for Web App 1 remains in the West Europe. Policy 2 applies to Web App 1. Option B, the app service plan for Web App 1 moves to North Europe. Policy 2 applies to Web App 1. Option C, the app service plan for Web App 1 remains in the West Europe and Policy 1 applies to Web App 1. And option D, the Web App service plan for Web App 1 moves to North Europe. Policy 1 applies to Web App 1. And the correct answer is option A. If the source and target plans are in the same resource group and geographical region, you can migrate an app to another app service plan. Now, the app service plan in which your app runs determines the region in which it runs. You cannot, however, change the location of an app service plan. So now coming on to the next question. You have an Azure subscription linked to an Azure Active Directory tenant. The tenant includes a user account named user1. You need to ensure that user1 can assign a policy to the tenant root management group. What should you do? And the options are: assign the owner role for the Azure subscription to user1 and then modify the default conditional access policies. Option B, assign the owner role for the Azure subscription to user1 and then instruct user1 to configure access management for Azure resources. Option C, assign the global administrator role to user1 and then instruct user1 to configure access management for Azure resources. And option D, create a new management group and delegate user1 as the owner of the new management. And the correct answer is B. Now let's move on to the next question. You need to ensure that an Azure Active Directory user named admin1 is assigned the required role to enable traffic analytics for an Azure subscription. Now the solution is you assign the owner role at the subscription level to admin1. Does this meet the goal? And the option is either yes or no. And the correct answer is yes. Your account must meet one of the following to enable traffic analytics. So your account must have any one of the following Azure roles at the subscription scope: owner, contributor, reader, or network contributor. Now the next question is, you have an Azure subscription. Users access the resources in the subscription from either home or from customer sites. From home, users must establish a point-to-site VPN to access the Azure resources. The users on the customer sites access the Azure resources by using site-to-site VPNs. So you have a line of business app named App1 that runs on several Azure virtual machines. The virtual machines run Windows Server 2016. So you need to ensure that the connections to App1 are spread across all the virtual machines. So what are the two possible Azure services that you can use? And the options are A, an internal load balancer, B, a public load balancer, C, an Azure Content Delivery Network or CDN, option D, Traffic Manager, and option E, an Azure Application Gateway. And the correct answer is A and E. Network traffic from the VPN gateway is routed to the cloud application through an internal load balancer. The load balancer is located in the front-end subnet of the application. Now let's have a look at the companies that hire Azure Administrator Associate. Exilion, NCR Corporation, Cognizant, Bosch, Microsoft, and Yahoo are some of the great companies that hire Azure Administrator with great amount of packages and good amount of salary.
So that's a wrap on our full course of Azure. If you found this video helpful, do appreciate it with a thumbs up and share with your fellow mates. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next course.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.